always, are having a whole lot of eyeballs to see whether if they can retain that #1 spot. After Aries is going to have a little bit of a chase as they are currently on that third page, while CelcomDigi Alliance pretty much stuck with the rest of HORAA in Group A. So we are actually seeing a lot of all these big victors coming in from this particular group.
Yeah, and when it comes to like these teams, so for Thrives in particular, they did put up a good show, especially that they need to climb back up.
True enough. Meanwhile, inside of Group B, we still have Titans like ASI8, VOIN Donkey as well as FaZe Clan, where FaZe Clan has been able to have that late surge coming in with Chopper and
as well. Same goes for 7-9. Also came out a little bit late, but there's still more games to go, so I wouldn't be too worried. Zach, number 4, and Kasim, aka Jimmy OP, and number 5. But this is still the road to MVP. So this chart could change by the end of the day.
It definitely would if there's going to be any form of a pop-off performance, or perhaps if Sky actually adds even more to the tally, then he will remain to be on the podium, because you can definitely see that there is a slight gap in between where Adeklu, Lapar, as well as Kasim, they will need to actually put more on the board in order to topple Sky's performance thus far. But the damage numbers from Adeklu is actually drawing very closely to Sky.
Yeah, just that they have a 4-point elimination gap. So we can see the potential here of Adeklu. I mean, he's always the main fragger for CelcomDigi Alliance, always doing well. And because of them doing well individually, they are kind of safe now in the top 16. I mean, they are in podium spot as of now. But the team that's at number 1, VOIN Donkey, with a difference of just 1 point compared to HORAA Esports at the top spot, followed by CelcomDigi Alliance also with a difference of 1 point. And then you have a decent amount of gap of about 21 points between CelcomDigi Alliance and the Vikings and so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, it's all about making into the top 16.
That's right, and overall, there's some big surges coming in from the side of Vampire Esports that finally get themselves into the first pager. Meanwhile, Talon, they also had some huge late performances where they did manage to secure themselves a chicken dinner, while 7-9 follows very closely with 43 points to be tied together alongside with 4 Thrives at the moment. DRS, a very steady climb, although we've definitely seen that Sleepy has got some really, really huge numbers on those frags, coming in with some crazy run inside of Erangel's Sanaska military base. So we definitely want to see some special moves coming from DRS throughout today's run so that they can retain to be in the top 16.
Yeah, at least they are still in the top 16. Other teams that kind of stand out for me here, number 16, ASI8, though they have a chicken dinner, so they have to find a level of consistency. Teams on page number 3, I mean, a lot of surprises here, like Xavier. What are they doing at page number 3? Alter Ego as well, Boom Esports, FaZe Clan, all these big names and page number 3. But because they are experienced teams, they have experienced players within it, perhaps today will be the day that they rise up and be in the top 16.
True enough, where perhaps they're just treating it as starting with match 13, we'll be moving into Erangel, as we'll just rotate between Erangel as well as Miramar. This is Group A versus Group B.
Yeah, so Group A and B will kick things off, and of course we have to do our due diligence really soon. Still going to be a hard choice on which team that we might predict. It's never easy though, but we have to like kind of pick one. So do you already have a team in mind?
I do. I mean, there's so many of all these big names. It is always going to be difficult to actually get it right. But I'm looking at eArena. They have definitely shown good consistency of a performance. So I'm thinking that Erangel, they actually look pretty phenomenal. So I'm going to be putting some chips in the basket here for eArena.
Okay, eArena. I mean, they did show a good performance yesterday, right? 2014, all these players using pseudonames, but still they're able to perform. So a team that so far so good. They are in page number 1, so they can continue to perform to retain their top 16 spot. Not going to be a problem. I do have a choice of mine though, but before that, let's make it official for Contra. He locks in eArena.
So, what's your pick?
Okay, let's make it official. eArena for Contra.
Anytime now. eArena.
eArena.
Well,
eArena.
what about so many of all these titans out there? Although it has been a little bit of a sleeping run for the side of Alter Ego, do you think that there's an offer?
Oh, I want to start off. Good this time. So let's bring in the team that is represented by the MVP now, HORAA Esports. Let's go.
Okay. Let's see if they could just snatch that number one spot. It wouldn't be too hard because they're only 1 point behind. So realistically, all they really have to do is just to get a couple of all these frags in order to get back to the top. So VOIN Donkey is going to be a production's prediction as they're the ones who are sitting at that number one spot.
Yeah, going straight for the top seed. I mean, VOIN Donkey, they have scored like what, at least 2 chicken dinners so far. So their chances are looking pretty good. So VOIN Donkey, definitely not. I mean, they are number one for a reason, right? So by picking them, you naturally stand a good chance for them to score a chicken dinner. But frankly speaking, I would also like to see like teams on page number 3 to be scoring those chicken dinners. So let's see. It's always nice to see like a big comeback by any of these teams on page 3.
True enough. I mean, we're looking at Boom Esports, Alter Ego, who are pretty much will be in this kind of group setting as well. So we'll definitely keep a close eye on to what kind of progress they will be able to achieve. Perhaps, you know, if it's not going to be that chicken dinner, then a top 4 finish will definitely be sufficient for them. So you guys can also make your own prediction in the chat right down below as per usual. And make sure
break time if they're not playing.
Maybe when we think about, okay, what's really at stake is actually just the spots for the top 16. So anyone who's currently holding on to the top spot, you could definitely say that it's bragging rights, but the ones who are in the notion of struggle, The Savior, Boom Esports, and a few notable names out there, I'm really wondering when exactly is going to be the time where they just unleash the entirety of their strat in order to maintain themselves, or they're just hoping, you know, I'm just going to treat this as a good practice, study some teams, and call it a day. I don't really have to worry about playoffs, but I don't think that is part of that game plan at all. Everybody participates. They definitely won a chunk of the pie heading to the finals.
Yeah, and it's a off-season tournament, essentially, right? So they want to take this as a serious practice as well, while trying up some of their new players in the lineup, just like for example, FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan, pretty big overhaul. They only have Macaris as their original player from the last season. Other than that, players like Shopper, players like Huey, from Austria, Thailand, on the lineup. I think this opportunity to just, you know, gel the team together. Because at the end of the day, what matters is the professional league coming up next for them, which is the PMSL. Because from the PMSL, that will lead to Esports World Cup. And well, we don't know for PMGC, will it be about points collected or what? It could be about points collected too. So they want to do well in the PMSL, collect as many points as possible. Not only for FaZe Clan, but also for the other teams as well. So the second half of the year will be very, very important for all these teams because there's a lot at stake coming up.
Indeed, especially when you talk about Esports World Cup. I mean, it is one of the bigger events that we have here for 2025 with millions to be won by all different titles out there. So, of course, PUBG Mobile is one of the major titles running around. That before we even jump into all these nitty-gritty of EWC, you did mention Asia TH members now moving about. Their journey so far has been really interesting because we know Asia from, you know, back then we call it the PMCL wildcards, and they used to play in Cambodia. once they got Matoy in to bring in some Thai players, eventually they just moved back into the Thai.
And they did perform fairly well before this. Even players like Red Bull, especially from the PMCL to the PMSL, like he kept his performance going. So it's great to see that he has a new continuation now in such a big brand. And you mentioned about Matoy as well, so I'm going to drop a fun fact here. So Matoy apparently is now coaching one of the teams in BGMI.
Oh, which team in particular?
I don't remember, but apparently he's coaching in BGMI. So yeah, totally, totally different environment for him. Not sure how his team is doing, but I've been seeing him doing stuff there on social media. So I guess with the fact that he's visible on social media, I guess it's doing not too bad.
Yeah, and of course there's a video with his old friend out there. So of course I'm pretty sure it's been happy days for Matoy, and of course all the best to him. But I'm gonna kind of miss him in the global stages in a sense, right? Because he has definitely developed this squad really, really well. So for FaZe Clan, of course, this is a esteemed organization that have a lot of stakes involved. So they're definitely hoping to make a very deep one when it comes down to the EWC. I believe that there will be those qualifying runs for all these teams to actually make it out. I know you guys are waiting for the games, so are we. So hopefully we do get it up on track in a jiffy.
Yeah, it should start real soon, real soon. I'm sure the players are being prepped up for the lobby coming up soon. Okay, so yep. Oh, just as we mentioned it, yeah, the timer comes up. Okay, just in time, just in time. So 20.
Mount Stalber heading all the way down to the south side. So that is from Axis moving into the Sunlaska military base. I believe that certain teams will be very happy about that, especially for REINCE Esports, if they choose to start things off in the islands again. So when it comes down to areas where we see contests, I believe Yasnaya is one of the hotspots out there, home to HORAA Esports, which we see some teams hailing from Vietnam to always be poking and prodding at the very same time. So I definitely want to keep my eyes peeled out for any corner battle happening over that corner. eArena, the last we saw, they were fighting for vehicles on those garages outside of Chinky. We'll see whether or not will they do that again.
Oh yeah, that eArena, the knife battle, very, very early on, and they got a team ace. Everyone got a single elimination each. So that was something, You don't get to see that all the time. But I believe because that happened, well, I guess it won't happen again because you kind of learn your lesson along the way, right? So that's natural what might happen. But I'm looking at Sovereign. So we have ASI8, we have Team Secret. Team Secret, they changed their drop spot. Normally they drop in Novo, but they choose to drop earlier this time to maybe challenge Sovereign from the hand. Circle-wise, there's still a little bit of a split between the north and the main peninsula. So it could be tricky for these teams if it suddenly goes all the way up north.
True enough, and Millie as we go. eArena going for the challenge again. Another knife fight, but there is a shotgun involved, so it is going to be eArena to shut them down twice in a row now, taking out Blue Squad.
Man, GLU Squad, times now, I guess the next time they meet in the same map, they might want to consider to let this one go. eArena, clean one, though it's not like everyone got their own elimination, but it doesn't matter. It's still 4 points in the bag.
Very cleanly at that as well. The only knock was on to 2014, and it doesn't seem like they had enough firepower as compared to Joker, who's been able to please back to at the process bring themselves a little shotgun. Well, they're just making whatever noise is like.
That's your prediction. So at least as a start, they have a good one, retaining all 4 of their players, so they're fine. And eArena with these 4 points collected. So that's the very, very early clash here inside of Erangel. Other than that, no other clashes. And we don't see.
Goes to Boom Esports. Boom Esports, I think that they're firmly planted inside of Ruzak. They don't really have to move much because they're almost in the direct center of the very first phase. If they're going to reposition, I think Going to Ruins is definitely a very good shout, whereas CelcomDigi Alliance, they could be guarding that south side of the mainland. So hanging by the port, if there's going to be any movements coming in from the rest of the teams who starts off in Milta, they'll be able to catch them.
Yeah, their regular spot in the area of farm. So that's where CelcomDigi Alliance will start off with. As for FaZe Clan, also around the area of Milta, northern side of Milta. So this is where they will start. So FaZe Clan, interesting lineup. Oh, but I had that thought. FaZe Clan, they have Champions Esports here. Urkas waiting at the corner. Is he going to pull the trigger? He might anytime soon.
They've got no idea that he's looking around. This could have actually been an easy catch, but I'm not too sure if Urkas is just hoping to find more targets involved, because that member of FaZe Clan, he's got no clue. He's just running around looting. Well, is he going to pass though?
Okay. He's probably scouting if any other members of FaZe Clan are around the corner. Now he's kind of sure that Dewey is alone. So he might pull the trigger the next time he sees him. But Dewey's running the other side, so they probably might not meet each other. But on the minimap, there's actually two other players. I guess they're both from Champions Esports. And if they see Dewey, oh yeah, they are. And if they see Dewey, well, it's going to be a 2v1. They can actually pull the trigger, but you know, Dewey is going further and further away from them.
Yeah, I'm afraid that perhaps that opportunity might have actually passed, and now the member of FaZe Clan is going to be fully equipped. Dewey, the last time we saw him was that he's holding on to a Mini 14 as well as a shotgun, so good enough, but he's switched out the Mini 14 for at least an AR, so he will be able to fend off very, very quickly. The question now remains, now Urkas does actually spot Makaris running around the outskirts and immediately gets roasted, so that wait, absolutely worth it for Kino.
Now, what if Dewey will want to come for the rescue? He's being held hostage now, but no longer hostage. They will secure that point, and they see Dewey. Dewey goes down. Oh man, FaZe Clan now, only 2 players left, and they're caught off guard. They had no idea that Champion Esports were here.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if they've actually spotted some of all these parachutes coming into the early game, so this is definitely a very interesting nuance of and as well a sequence of events that actually takes place. Champions Esports off to a good start. FaZe Clan, they always got to check their things. Like, this isn't exactly the best way to start their run, as they're already dashing up the hillside just to get a little bit more of that safety net in the lumberyard.
And now they have collected these 2 elimination points. They can kind of loot. So it's time for them to get into the circle. Moving across, I believe that FaZe Clan wouldn't want to challenge them. So Red Bull and Shopper, they'll be doing their own thing, passing by Shelter to get into the circle with only 2 players left. They might want to play this a little bit safer.
Sure enough, I mean, for the moment, all they really have to do is just to play as a tag team duo with Red Bull as well as Shopper. But we've seen what they could potentially bring to the table. It's just that they will be lacking a little bit more of a backup when it comes down to some full-blown fights heading into the mid-pack. This is just stage 1. We've already lost about 6 players. Actually, maybe a little bit more. I mean, other than that, of course, Glue Squad was wiped away. Who else is not really having the perfect score line right now to actually kick things off? ASI8 is only playing with 3 members. I'm wondering what happened to the 4th player.
Oh yeah, they're playing with 3. Okay, not too sure what happened, but hopefully they'll be able to come out on top as well. I mean, we have seen multiple times that even though a team plays as a trio, they're still able to score chicken dinners. So it's still not the end of the world for ASI8 yet. But they're at number 16 in the overall charts. So they wouldn't mind collecting more points just to stay afloat, that is.
Sure enough, I mean, ASI8, one of the aggressive teams that we have seen hailing from the SA region. A lot of all these other squads have been able to book a prime spot. It seems like this circle is trailing all the way back into Rozak. The last we saw, it was Blue Esports that was hunkering down that position, and that is now FaZe Clan claiming some territory of their own in the city.
Yeah, as a dynamic duo to try to claim Rozhawk, they had to be prepared to defend Rozhawk, that is. I would expect like more teams to go towards Rozhawk now, since the circle is centered around there. Circle is centered around there. Even though the circle has its away later, at least they will be able to hold on to Rozhawk or the circle for a few stages. So, expect more teams to be entering Rozhawk. Teams to be
strikes coming in from the side of Delta. Getting singled out, and it was really troublesome when they were trying to go in for those trades, but it was still quite a banger of a fight, I would say. Now, onto the side of FaZe Clan, only these two members remain. What has happened is that they've been able to at least take 1 point off from one of the teams inside the city of Rozhawk thus far.
And here comes Team Secret. Looks like they will take over the Potato Hill, but Potato Hill is by the edge of the circle, so very likely they will not get the circle after this. Something for them to consider on where to move next. Maybe it's still going to be Rozhawk coming to stage number 4, since the circle is still centered around Rozhawk itself. I wonder how many teams are in Rozhawk right now, and they could be fighting for dominance here, with Sky getting one out of FaZe Clan. Chopper will be down, but he's quite far away. Red Bull should be able to pick him up.
Sure enough, this is just the full intelligence getting gained by Sky. All he really needs to do is to basically send more members in, and it starts off with Supreme. He's already just by the corner wall, ready, cooking up that grenade. Same goes to Red Bull as he's hoping to form up a response, and whoa! Quick shots coming from Chopper to negate all form of threat.
Oh, and here's Sleepy. Mr. Lots of frags for HORAA Esports, navigating around. He sees Red Bull right in front of him with the UMP in hand. Jump shot comes in by Red Bull, but Sleepy from the other side, beautifully executed with his own jump shot, eliminating FaZe Clan at number 12.
So clean on the spray down with the UMP. Just like that, just cleans up the entirety of FaZe Clan. So now the entire city belongs to HORAA Esports. It would have felt like there were supposed to be a lot more teams to be moving into Rozhawk, but that is now cleared up. The only closest target is going to be VOIN Donkey. I wonder if they're going to be interested in moving into the city now that it's no longer in the direct center. It is, as a matter of fact, Alter Ego that's currently challenging Boop Esports for the dead center of the map.
And School is now the middle of the circle. Boom Esports, Alter Ego, they lock down their own compounds, but expect more teams to come by. They try to defend their ground. Look at this, Boom Esports, only 2 players trying to show off the members of VOIN Donkey, but VOIN Donkey has arrived in the school apartment. On the other side, Alter Ego coming in as well. It's starting to be a crowd here.
Yeah, a crowd of Indonesians at the very beginning that we're looking at a huge scuffle I believe that will be joined by Champions Esports over onto the outskirts. There are compounds further towards the eastern corners, while CB Alliance, they're trying to hold the hillside with the rival of Team Secret to be going for the challenge. eArena now find themselves in a pickle, being on the outskirts, being spun out by Sky as he will nail them down one after another.
And eArena now falling apart to the hands of HORAA Esports. CelcomDigi Alliance Olio in the fight. The moment he shows up, gets knocked down. Now he's down to Jimmy OP against Team Secret. And Jimmy OP with an SLK, a weapon that's able to clutch teams. At the corner, cooking up his nade. He knows that somebody is around the hallway. Lobs a nade across. But Drungsin is actually in the next building, and Drungsin will surprise Jimmy OP instead.
Great timing with the peek out, and despite Jimmy OP being prepared with those nades, it was just a little bit untimely, but the fight is far from over with the rival of 4 Tribes as well, trying to pin down the rest of Team Secret while they have been weakened by some of the members of CelcomDigi Alliance. 4 Tribes now pushing outwards, and it's been a full, glorious run for Team Secret, now backing those 5 points, and here comes D-Savior!
Oh! And they're not done yet though. Typhoon, 1 against the world, 1 against D-Savior, and he fights back. Zero's eliminated, same goes for Typhoon as well, and D-Savior stood tall in this compound.
It's crazy how many fights happen within these 4 corners of the wall. But D-Savior, they have their last laugh. They exited the corners of Pachinki rather late, and they know exactly where to find some of all these pickups. So we will focus back onto school now with Alter Ego pretty much side by side with some of the members of Champions as well as Boom. At least there's so many different rooms for them to take shelter in for the moment. So Badru, he has the entire compound by himself, but if he were to be knocked, it is going to be a tough way for the rest of Alter Ego to salvage his teammate right there. So we'll have to see what happens between these 3 teams, whereas the rest of the pack, they're still kept busy on the outskirts.
Yeah, 3 teams still in the school apartment, and 1 team property at school, at the school compound now. Lots of holding for both sides. And Supreme from HORAA Esports passing by. Everyone wants a piece of school now, totally understandable. But stage 5 is upon us. We'll see if school will still be this valuable area that the teams will need to go for. Or they might want to go for somewhere else. It really depends on where the circle will go in about 5 more seconds. And here's the circle. Teams hoping to get the circle for themselves. Hardship or not. And looks like the school apartment will still be a center focus.
Yeah, but that also allows a little bit more room for player 014 coming in from Alter Ego to be able to at least have a safety net by playing over onto the mountainous regions instead. So there is definitely an escape plan coming from Alter Ego. I wouldn't say the same for the ones that has been gridlocked inside of these school apartments, but it is going to give a firm priority for D-Savior, as much as they're on the far stretch over onto the corners of the blue zone. It really seemed like they could just pick their options if they want to slide into the apartments, if they want to play by the hillside. Options are plenty.
Yeah, the hillside is not too bad as well. But it also depends on where stage number 6 will go. So we can see that some of these teams there are not too desperate getting into the school apartment, which is totally understandable. But for Claw Esports, Claw Slayers, they decide to go to the hillside instead. Alter Ego Badru gets data by a mate. I wonder if they will start to push in onto the school apartment. But player 014 is kind of busy at the hilltop.
Yeah, it's going to be Sky that will be able to attack them out over on the hillside. So you got some really huge titans to be fending off some of all these positions at the very moment. HORAA does actually stand a very good chance for a chicken dinner, so you might actually score with chicken. Well, depends on how well they actually hold out. C1, they're currently on the move, but are getting pepper sprayed by the rest of the members of Alter Ego. Not really finding a good angle just yet, but they're kind of stuck in between. Already relying on the smoke, so plenty of resources are now being drained from Champions Esports.
And where is Kino gonna go? Out in the open, he still has that smoke, but he has to move away before Pablo takes him out. But at the same time, Pablo is actually managing other teams. Over on the hilltop, we have D-Savior Lamborghini spotted out by Badru. and they're trying to keep teams away from the school apartment. So far, so good for Alter Ego.
Yeah, looking really solid, but even better for HORAA Esports. Sleepy has already scored about 3 points thus far, as he's rocking up the hillside to go up against the members of Claw. See a little of that damage coming in with Pepank. He's just going for the spring down. And this is just going to be a little bit of a tough challenge if they were to go in for that full hustle. Only 2 members left for the side of Claw Slayers at the very least, so they can leave them for later on. While Kino's going to be able to strike down Razak to at least negate some firepower off of Alter Ego.
Oh, but Kino still not out of it yet. Speaker blown up. Unfortunately knocked out by Pablo out in the open. It's very unlikely that he will be saved by his teammates. They're still tapping on Kino to ensure that they will secure that elimination point, and he will continue to bleed out. The point should go to Alter Ego soon. As for Alter Ego, look at the spread still. They're still not playing together. Player 014 still at that hilltop. But
Yeah,
that decision might change depending on where the circle will go.
True enough, and I'm not too sure whether if Rosemary is actually playing for this matchup, where of course all these names are not the most familiar for some of the fans of Alter Ego. I believe that there's at least a few names coming in from the main roster at the very least. So far, looking really solid as they're retaining a little bit more. Driving by Vinty, he is thinking that it is safe, but instead, they're slowly whittled down because of that maneuver against Redface.
Now Paragen has to be the one to try to recover them. But Claw Slayers also still on the hilltop. In front of them is going to be Sleepy from HORAA Esports. They see the smoke. They will suspect somebody's behind that smoke. Claw Slayers, they're not too sure how many people are in front of them. They need the information. As for D Xavier, well, that crashing didn't work out for them. Now it's only Paragen left.
Paragen, what's he gonna do is the big question though. Now they're crashing right into this shack, so Urkasi's gonna be absolutely ready to try to take him on. Paragen does actually get him shut down, and now he reclaims a little bit of that room to be able to hold out for this circle. Moving into the top 7 with 5 points secured. Even more for the side of HORAA Esports, who's currently on a dominating streak, but they did manage to lose a few members in the process with this Molotov now dropping right in. Alter Ego, they want blood up against VOIN Donkey.
VOIN Donkey, they have to defend the ground. Alter Ego charging in. VOIN Donkey pushed to a corner while Alter Ego, they're starting to play together right now in the school apartment. They want to clear off VOIN Donkey and be dominant in the school apartment area. At the same time, Champions Esports out at number 7 with 6 elimination points. On the corner is going to be Paragen. Look at him. Paragen's position, if anyone moves out to the wrong side of the school apartment, Paragen could be the one to shoot them down.
True enough. So it is going to be a very daunting task, whether they exit or whether they commit to this battle. So they have to be absolutely on their toes. It's been a great run so far for the side of Champions Esports, despite falling out, where they were pretty much stuck on the outskirts anyways. So I would say that that's really good effort coming from Champions from what we've seen so far. HORAA Esports, though, they got so much space to work with. All they really have to do is settle the score with Claw Slayers, and they should have the entirety of the hills to themselves. But easier said than done. There's still 2 members left ever since D Xavier were going with a very awkward push, so they got punished for it. Now, I think that it's really all about whoever gets to settle the scores in the department in order to set up that meeting with HORAA Esports later on.
Yeah, and HORAA Esports, they're playing the chill game right now. Not making the big moves yet. Probably waiting for the next stage of the circle. Might as well, since stage 7 will be upon us in about 20 more seconds. And HORAA Esports down to only Sky and Sleepy, the top 2 fraggers for the team to come out with a run here to secure the chicken dinner. Back on the VOIN Donkey and Alter Ego. The fight continues on as Vexy will be knocked down by Nylong. Nylong taken out by Razak. A trade's happening between the 2 of them. Potato's pretty low, and Potato will be eliminated. That is Alter Ego standing tall in the school apartment.
Reigning supreme as they've been able to really hold down their fortress. Now the circle does pop, and it does favor the rest of HORAA Esports. So they got to find a way out of this, whereas the rest of Boom Esports, they're trying to push right through, finding 2 members on the side of Alter Ego to clear things up. Badru very low in this process as they will now find the trade running in favor. It is going to be a slight doorway that will be the demise of Alter Ego with 6 points.
And what a jump shot there by Yummy to secure that elimination point. Now leaving us with 4 teams left. Heavy casualty on all these 4 teams. HORAA Esports only 2 players left. Boom Esports 1. Xavier 1. Claw 1.5, that is, until they are able to recover their teammate. But unfortunately, Pepeng eliminated by Parjin, leaving Claw with only 1 now.
Parjin stuck behind a rock in the hard place, and it is going to be Red Face that does strike him down. It's such a great run so far for the side of Claw players are now relying onto Red Face as he takes on Sleepy and Cove from the side of HORAA Esports. Boom. They only have 1 player left, so this is a three-way battle that is going to be really close. Sleepy almost getting pinned down. Yummy is finding all these sharp angles. Now, they have their attention pretty much peeled away. Do they want to focus on Red Face or do they want to focus on Yummy?
HORAA Esports, they stand the best chance now of scoring the chicken dinner with the numbers that they have. 2v1v1. Now we're approaching the final few stages here, ladies and gentlemen. As HORAA Esports having the dominance within the circle. They're trying to keep Red Face out. Red Face is still on the outside circle. The blue will be upon him soon, and Yummy will be the one to spot him out. And Yummy will finish off Claw. Now it's Yummy against HORAA Esports.
All they really have to do is stop him from coming right across while he climbs up. Immediately gets spotted by Sleepy. Funny enough, he will be able to at least keep himself prone by the ledge of the door. So he is trying to find these kind of cheeky angles to go for a repeat, but the blue zone's already creeping in. There's barely enough space. So HORAA Esports confident enough to actually close things out because they're losing a little bit of track over on Sky. But as I say that, Yummy have already been able to spot him out. Slowly they're feeling over on a quarter. So great intel gathered by the side of Boop Esports. It's all about execution now. How exactly is he going to make his way in?
Yeah, nice angle here by Yummy. To see where, they see him. They know exactly where Yummy is at. Taking 2 different angles right now is HORAA Esports. And they still have the circle on top of them. While Yummy might not have the circle. He's just right on the outside of it. And this is where we see the emotes come in. But hey, Yummy right now, what is he going to do?
He's just gonna play for whatever is possible. If he's gonna be able to take even 1 knockout, it will be just about good enough for him to try to salvage this situation. Sleepy, he's just gonna dance it off until he steps out into the zone. At the very least, Yummy does have a lot of all these smokes, so we'll see how far can he try to push out from this angle, because once it subsides, it's pretty much over. But he strikes out 1. Now it's down to 1v1.
Sleepy versus Yummy. Sleepy, he does have the high ground advantage. Geographically, it favors him. But with Yummy, we're talking about Yummy takes a lot of damage from this nade. Has to recover immediately. But Yummy managed to make it into the circle. Sleepy is cooking up his next nade. And will it land on the Yummy? He gets back to an M4. It's going to be an M4 fight between the 2. Yummy takes a lot of damage. And at the end of the day, it's going to be Sleepy on top. HORAA Esports claims the first chicken dinner for today.
What a fight to the finish line. Down to a 1 versus 1. It was relatively close with Yummy almost clutching that moment, but you can see the confidence brimming from the side of Sleepy, where he is just waiting by the corner tree. And Yummy knows if he actually stays behind that rock, he will be naded, which is why he had to push out up against Sleepy. And that's how HORAA Esports closes off our first game. And kudos to User Cloud. 1 big point for the Purple Hearts, and 1 big point to you too, my friend.
Yay! Got my second prediction right. Thanks to HORAA Esports. Continuing the momentum from yesterday with Sky, with Sleepy in the running as the top MVP. Still putting up a good show in this round. And they bring together with them 8 elimination points. So that's 18 points for the Purple Hearts.
That's right. It's really perfect on how they've been able to handle the situation. They didn't really have to force a fight in the early game. All they really needed was the control up the hillside, where once the circle shifts, they won't be able to garner the full control on whoever advance upon them. So great work coming in from Sky and Co. It was Sleepy that has been able to secure them the big chicken dinner.
Oh yeah, HORAA Esports with this chicken dinner as well. They're definitely going to be at number 1. VOIN Donkey, they lost the fight with Alter Ego somewhere in the middle of the game. So surely HORAA Esports will be at the top spot after this. Once we tabulate the scores, we will find out what the gap is going to be like. But HORAA Esports, they are still very, very consistent. And especially if you leave the final duo is Sky and Sleepy. These two players are the top fraggers for the team. You can expect it to come up with a good performance.
True enough, and it's been some resurgence coming in from Claw Slayers as well as D-Savior to be able to make top 3 and top 4 respectively. And this is by far Boom's best performance throughout the circuit of the Invitational Showdown Season 10. So it's only gonna get better from here on because we saw how sharp Boom Esports was, especially Yummy almost getting himself a chicken dinner for the team. So HORAA Esports, they're still in full control. They will be at the top spot as HORAA Esports will now have a little bit more of a relief heading into these upcoming matches.
Oh yeah, you're right. Boom Esports, this is their best performance so far, and they are one of the teams on page number 3 that needs to get into the top 16. So with this kind of performance, let's see later on, are they in the top 16 or not? Because 9 eliminations is not too bad for a second place finish too. And in comparison of a head-to-head, HORAA Esports, they were a little bit busier with the damage output 1933 as compared to Boom Esports 1307. And I guess that's because they were really, really active on the top of that school hill, just trying to pin down teams, trying to pin down players, and that's how they got the damage outputted.
True enough, and you could also say that Boom Esports was very active inside of the apartments where they have been able to annihilate not only VOIN Donkey, but there were other teams that were actually charging towards the direction with even the Savior hoping to actually get into the mix of it. But it was actually Yummy that was the MVP. He's got 8 elimination points. Imagine if he'd been able to secure the final blow against Sleepy, that would have perfected his run. But it is definitely tantalizing on what he actually brings to the table.
Yeah, still able to perform at the top of his game. Yummy here. But besides Yummy, of course, Sleepy comes up next together with Sky for HORAA Esports final 2 players. And then we have Kino from Champions Esports. Okay, we don't get to see him coming up on our charts here that often, but it's great that he's able to come out as one of the top performers. He just shows the level of competition that Champions Esports and maybe even Kino is able to put out here in this tournament. Now for the numbers, HORAA Esports 18 points, Boom Esports 15 points, Claw Slayers and D-Savior both 10 points respectively, so that's the double-digit club. But on the other end, too bad for GLU squad. We saw what happened versus eArena. They went out very, very early again.
That's right, and it's been a little bit of a rough ride for Glue where they just didn't manage to play the game at all because of the presence of eArena that's always stopping them when they're trying to get those vehicles. So let's take a look quickly over onto the rest of the stats. It was Bobo Ho that does actually secure the longest elimination distance. This is the highest by far, almost 400 meters. You just gotta add one more on the board for him to be able to do so. But look at the rest of the stats. I think that it's been a really great run for almost everybody out there. VOIN Donkey slides down as HORAA Esports secures another chicken dinner in the back in order to make it their second chicken dinner in the tournament so thus far.
Yeah, and HORAA Esports is the first team to break that 100-point mark, putting themselves at a total of 103 points, 13 points ahead of VOIN Donkey now, pushing them down to second place. And then you have CelcomDigi Alliance, 86 points. They only managed to collect 2 points in this round itself. But nevertheless, for fans of VOIN Donkey, CelcomDigi Alliance, and teams on page number 1, don't worry. They're pretty comfortable still in the top 16.
That's right. Meanwhile, huge jump coming in from Team Secret, Champions Esports, Alter Ego, as well as the Savior as they did manage to move into top 6 and above for the record. So they're currently holding on to the 16th spot. So the Savior has been pushing some teams down. The question remains is that who are those teams who are moving downwards? But Boom, they are now moving upwards, now tying the spot with DRS.
Oh yeah, finally we see Boom here. By the edge, right? But they still need to do a little bit more work to be in the top 16. And for the other teams here, well, I guess like FaZe Clan, they need those points in. I mean, they are a reputable name. But interesting enough, Claw, they managed to secure 10 points, so they move up slightly here at number 21. Is it still the end of the world for them? No, not yet. There's still a lot more games to go, and teams like Claw, teams like FaZe Clan, even Toda and GLU Squad can still come up to top 16.
That's right, and of course the race is on where we will get Group C to be involved in a moment's time in order to see if the rest of the pack will be able to hold still. So that being said, that was a phenomenal run for Game 1, which means that the stake is getting higher. So don't go anywhere. After a short moment, we'll be moving into Game 2. Welcome back, ladies and gents, as we bring you more action here in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown 10. It is Sir Clout together alongside with me, Contra, as we will now celebrate HORAA Esports chicken dinner from that past round. Can they do it again? We'll have to see moving into match 14 as we dive into Miramar.
Yes, and they will be playing the next match here. So Group A will be playing, and Group C will be making their debut here in today, that is. So, gonna get back to our due diligence, Contra. It's not gonna be easy from here onwards.
It definitely will be pretty hard. So it is going to be a big jump coming in from the side of HORAA Esports that they've been able to hold on to that number one spot. So I'm thinking I want a big race between them as well as CelcomDigi Alliance and also VOIN Donkey. So I'm going to be voting for CelcomDigi Alliance moving into this Miramar map to see if they could still pack a little bit of punch.
Okay, since you mentioned VOIN Donkey, I guess I'll go for VOIN Donkey as my pick. Let's go, VOIN Donkey.
Okay, Prod, what's it gonna be this time as we're just sifting it through pretty quickly? So you got some time. Oh, is it Vampire? Is it HORAA again? Yep, it will be HORAA Esports again. So, and we got a lot of work to do, Prod. I mean, we're still sitting at 0. Meanwhile, Sir Clout, I think you're always getting a lot of great predictions to start off your day.
Well, what can I say, right? What can I say? It is what it is. Not meaning, well, what can I say? What can I say? You just get it right.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we have a lot of faith in HORAA Esports' performance. So that being said, I think that they are definitely on a very good notion, right? Like, so long as they can sustain this level of performance moving into the grand finals, then they should be able to at least retain a title of their own. So I definitely want to see if, you know, the rest of these teams are going to be bouncing upwards, especially now with REINCE feeling a little bit of that pressure moving into, you know, the lower end of the spectrum. So I'm wondering if they will also be able to hold in some points moving into the rounds of Miramar.
Yeah, REINCE need to put in a performance. If not, then I worry they will slide down to the last page because they seem to be heading that direction. Anyway, games to come, including this match here inside of Miramar. I wonder whether we'll see an early fight here in Miramar itself. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, the flight path will begin. Let's get on to Miramar.
Always great to see these sunny scenes coming into our favorite desert dune. Well, looking at the current flight path, this is very skewered towards the southern area of the flight. So that being said, it'll be great access into Chimosera, Valdemar, as well as areas like Puerto Paraíso. So maybe we're going to be looking at Los Lunas to see even more population moving into this territory.
As it's passing by, and it's normal for us to see like Los Lunas hosting like 3 different teams. But while the flight path is happening, checking out some of the stats here. So Sky from HORAA Esports is still the top player in many of these stats. Most eliminations, highest damage output. I mean, if this continues on, I wouldn't be surprised if Sky is the MVP by the end of the day.
It might actually be the case. We'll have to see how long can they actually hold on to that spot, because yesterday we've seen a lot of back and forth between them, VOIN Donkey, as well as CelcomDigi Alliance, which saw CV Alliance just besting out with 1 point, and there was another map with VOIN Donkey also besting them with 1 point as well. So we'll definitely have to see how this one plays out. RQ decides to move into the deep corners of Puerto Paraíso. Moving above them is going to be Blue Squad this time. Not going to be worried all too much about eArena. As a matter of fact, this is a very good call because they are closer to the center compared to a lot of the other teams out there.
When look at Power Grid, it's not the first time that we see multiple teams inside of Power Grid. We have BTR there, we have Thrives Aeromacy, and eArena as well. 3 different teams in Power Grid when the circle is not there. So we can expect a early skirmish around that area. Perhaps our kind observers will zoom into that place later on. But inside of Lost Learners, we have the Vikings here. They're going to share the spot with CelcomDigi Alliance, which is their regular drop spot inside of Lost Learners. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see the first encounter or the first fight in Power Grid still.
Yeah, overall, having Break to be a part of this squad actually supplements them a whole lot, where it feels like a Team Secret 2.0 in a sense, with even Woon T to be on board, having a wealth of experience. But look at the rest of CelcomDigi Alliance, I felt like this is a roster that has barely had any form of changes coming in from the Malaysian team in very good strides. I mean, so long as it works out, so long as you're winning titles and championships in your region, you don't really have to be too concerned of making too much dynamic shifts overall. But speaking of which, HORAA Esports start things off by pinning out the other Malaysian team that is Set9. So Yulo on the ground while there is Viren trying to form a little bit of backing, with Sleepy holding the M249 so early to the match.
And he's taking Yuhai as a hostage now. So just waiting for Viren to come down. And Viren, he wants to save his teammate, but no clear opening for him. So unfortunately, Yuhai will meet his end here in this round. And this is the debut round for Set9. For him to go out this early, he hasn't even had a feel of the game. Hasn't even been able to warm up throughout the entire day. And now he'll be taking a break.
Yeah, I guess it was just because they were just hoping to secure that vehicle over on the corner streets, which kind of led him to be within the crosshairs of HORAA Esports. So now Set9 will have to play as 3 members. Trexie's going to be on board for today, so Mika's taking a little bit of that backseat. Xbox and the rest of Glue Squad. Well, we really want to see them actually pulling up a strong run here, especially talking about that early game advantage of getting the circumference of the circle, and they're the closest to the center. So by right, if they play this well by the edge of Impala, they should have at least a decent close to top 5 kind of performance. We'll have to see how many teams actually march towards their area of the city later on.
Yeah, but I wonder what's happening at Power Grid. The last we saw, like, there's at least like 2 different teams overlapping each other. But it seems like they have a truce. So the Power Grid fight did not happen, at least between BTR and also Tribe Aeromacy. But I guess that's because that they have been encountering each other for quite a number of times now, that they decided that, oh, it's not worthwhile for us to fight. One team goes out, or maybe heavy casualty. Might as well call it a truce. You loot your side, I loot my side. We'll see each other later in the final circle.
Yeah, that's more like it. I mean, it's been a lot back and forth. There were some victories for some of the members of AST. There were also certain good exchanges coming in from BTR. So I think it's better to actually play it safe, because you're just venting each other's hope into making a deep run baby together. We'll have to actually see about that. But so long as these 2 teams are pretty much stuck in some of the same groupings, then it is going to be pretty tough whenever they get into Miramar. So for now, Alter Ego, they're on the rise, currently placed 13th, very close to C1 as well as Talon currently above them. If they can actually wipe out one squad in particular, they'll be tied with Team Secret at number 10. That's how close the mid-table is at the moment.
Yeah, and that mid-table spot is important, because that will grant you permission into grand finals. And with such a tight spot so far, that means that all the teams will need to be at their A game, be at their top game. And if we were to look at the next team, at least from the overall chart that we can see here, Set9 43 points. Even Tribe Aeromacy at number 20, they're at 38 points. They're only 5 points away from Set9. So one good round could propel them to page 2.
True enough.
Yeah, and that's important because that will grant you permission into the grand finals. And with such a tight spot so far, that means that all the teams will need to be at their A game, be at their top game. And if we were to look at the next team, at least from the overall charts that we can see here, 7-9 is 43 points. Even Aeromacy at number 20, they're at 38 points. They're only 5 points away from 7-9. So one good round could propel them to page 2.
True enough, and that's why the stakes are so high here in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. Vampire Esports, though, a lot of work that they have to do in order to make the top 5. But speaking of which, one good team fight, like you said, is going to move them into the top 4 ratios, or even potentially forming into a decent margin in order to catch up to CelcomDigi Alliance. At least the top 3, it will not be too shaken between CelcomDigi Alliance as well as HORAA, and also not forgetting VOIN Donkey at the same time.
And BTR, interestingly, one of those teams that currently pretty comfy. Number 7, 55 points. I mean, it's BTR. We can expect them to come up with a good performance. But the one thing about BTR over the course of many seasons, many years now, is that they're always that team that shows up during the last minute. So if somehow BTR can fix their routine of like, okay, we have a good start from the beginning towards the end, then they will be very strong championship material, especially in the professional scene. The fact that they always leave it like to the very last day for the most part, then that kind of hinders their chances of getting the championship. So let's see if this new era of BTR with this new lineup, the only original player right now with BTR is Sata, if they are able to find that level of consistency from the beginning.
Yeah, I guess like this is a team that works well under pressure, so they gotta feel it very early in order for them to achieve great results starting from, you know, the first ever match hitting into the late stages. So looking at the rest of these Southeast Asian teams as well, where VOIN Donkey, they're very smart tactically. They will have a certain routine that they actually stick to, that they don't really have to fully rely on momentum per se. So, which is why it's been an interesting team to watch. But this circle's pulling all the way deeper than the Impala region. It will actually circulate more towards the corners of Los Leones as well as Puerto Paraíso. So it is a tight space. These teams will have to quickly make their journey in, but no doubt they're going up against Team Secret, who's currently moving around these corners of the warehouse. So this is going to be a big setup. Brian's got an M249, so it's not going to be an easy run into the rest of the members of Doda.
At the same time, the elimination feed continues to roll with Tony K getting one for himself. Focusing now onto Toda. Playing with 3 players without scam. Let's see if 9 can put on a good performance like how he did yesterday. Now going up against Team Secret, the team that has a lot of experience playing on the professional scene, especially with players like Trangzin, with GK. They're always very consistent. And together with their new teammates, Typhoon, together with Xerus, so far they have been so good. Number 9 with 49 points. I mean, can't really complain about the fact that you're at number 9 with the objective of being in the top 16. And Team Secret, they're just waiting for them to make their big execution. And they're getting closer and closer to Dora.
Yeah, they're just hoping to actually breach through some of the angles. Great smoke to be able to cover the tracks, but the sprays coming from 9 has been able to tag the hits of Zero, so they are definitely looking a little bit more worried. I'm not too sure if it's actually worthwhile for them to really go in for this commitment, because they could opt to move deeper into the zone if they want to, but they decide to hold the rest of Dota hostage, understanding the fact that, hey, so long as we're here, this team doesn't get to rotate, so perhaps it's worth their while to actually commit to this fight. Brian, front line of defense, got that M249 now. flooded by those members of Team Secret coming right over onto the corner where Zeros is going to try to find the angles, and just like that, drops right, so the MP49 will not be put into any use. 1-for-1 right now, Tran goes down, but it will still be pretty much a decent trade. Jiki now hunting him down. There's only a couple of all these rooms for them to play about, and Dota, they're pretty much scattered all across.
And here comes GK. GK knocked down, but the follow-up came in just right in time. And Dota out at number 16. No point for them this round. Dota, one of those teams who are very close to the case number 3. Currently at number 16 with 20 points. So they need to make a good comeback here in the following round that they will be playing as they're part of Group C. We shift forward now to Alter Ego. So far, steady rise for Alter Ego. Now at number 13. Going up against the Vikings in front of them.
Yeah, well, that fight, I mean, that was really clean coming from inside the Team Secret. Got to commend them for their effort on how they infiltrate. Oh, what a shot coming out of Wunti. Just a few attacks in order to knock Badru out. Up to now, can I get a confirmation whether Badru is Rosemary or not?
Rumors say that that's Rosemary, but, you know, we can't really confirm. I mean, the community is saying that, oh, that's Rosemary, but who knows, right? Unless he comes out to say that, hey, I'm Rosemary somehow, or maybe he changed his picture or DP or name. But yeah, can listen, can't confirm.
Neither confirm nor deny. I guess like we'll just make some assumptions. But Alter Ego, they're in a really good spot. They do have the circumference of the upcoming circle, where other teams, they're currently struggling by the blue. Team Secret, they got themselves in the midst of the battle and now gets a free picking up against what seemed to be, was that Member BTR or something like that? I gotta confirm it again. And look at it. Kasim's also getting on the board. This Jimmy OP gets to nail down one of the members of eArena.
And Jimmy OP on top of this hill. A decent spot to be in, but Alter Ego is just right above him. Looking up the snake, Pablo's in front, lobs the nade across. Bam, and looks like it will not connect, or at least get a knock at least onto the member of Alter Ego. And so far, Alter Ego's position is pretty okay, but they don't have the circle, so they have to come down at some point.
Yeah, true enough, but at least they get to hold out for the meantime, while the rest of CelcomDigi Alliance says, we won that spot, but Kino says, nope, you gotta try a little bit harder. eArena is still pinning them on those hillside though, so it is an awkward scenario for the rest of CelcomDigi Alliance, where look at another fight now. Closes in up against the rest of 7-9 on the longhouse. They managed to actually get one knock. It's only 3 members left for the side of 7-9, as we last saw Yuhai was the first one to be taken out.
They're playing as a trio now to defend this compound. As Kino's looking for an advantage, lobbing nades into it. Another nade, no connect. 7-9 instead. One of the players will be knocked down by Balja from the side. They do have a man advantage right now. Time for them to go in before 7-9 licks their wounds.
Yep, perfect Swift strikes coming right through. He does have the SLK just to try to space through the corridor. Not finding much, but that grenade secures it. Oh, what a detonation coming in from Kino.
Beautifully executed by Champions Esports, I must say. From the outside, just lobbing nades in, and they landed their nades. But now we will put our focus on the CelcomDigi Alliance and Alter Ego playing by the hillside without the circle. Here comes the blue to put pressure onto Oleo and Jimmy OP, probably even Leon's as well. They have to move forward, but Alter Ego, they're going to play the gatekeeping role.
Yeah, I think Blue's going to dry out over onto the blue zone, and there's no way that they can actually go in for the rescue. Are they going to go in for the attempt? Big nade does actually connect, so that's one member down for the side of Alter Ego. They will go in for the full collateral, as it seems. Leon's now leading the fray. Attic Luke, oh, he goes down. Not enough time to go in for the rescue, while Oleo tries to fend him up. 3 against 3. in that sense, as Nylon needs to be revived in order to participate, while the rest of MVK Esports this down from the back. Bounder now sifts them through, and just like that, snaps 180, finds them all, and now it's only one member left for CD Alliance.
Man, it's starting to be a party here. Now Leon's the final player for CelcomDigi Alliance, who is rushing on the Badru. 1v1, Badru retreats back, turning his back on his opponent. Now he turns back onto Leon's, and he caught Leon's while he was running. While he was turning his back, took advantage of the situation. Alter Ego comes out on top.
He should have actually kept his eyes on Badru, if anything at all, and now Alter Ego gets to go for that big reset. Alter Ego still has all 4 members intact, but MVKE is hustling them over on these corners. Now Break is over on the ground. Superman's already down and out. 3 versus 4. Alter Ego, they can go in for that full reset, and once they're ready, they should be able to flush them right throughout. HORAA now takes on the rest of Blue Squad, but the strike coming from Sticky. It is going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Even Sleepy goes down. Haidami gets pinned down. And this is how they bounce back up, securing the top dogs of the tournament.
Oh, but Alter Ego, they cannot rest yet. There's still the Vikings there, trying to pin them down. And also eArena on the other side. Publish is over to Thrives Aeromacy now. And Thrives Aeromacy, okay, they do have eArena in front of them. Alter Ego do have the Vikings still in front of them. As Badru is still bleeding out, Pablo and Nylog will need to do the business here. Woonty comes in, tries to close the gap between the two of them. Thrives Aeromacy, they're pretty busy on their own long-range shots onto eArena, but here comes Tins to get a knock onto Pablo.
Beautiful spray coming from the side of Tins as the rest of MVKE. They're on the move as there isn't much space for Nylon to work with, but the grenades actually dropping from both ends. That forces him to be held back, going for that quick heal, while the rest of Alter Ego, they use this opportunity to bail out of that situation. Good call coming from Alter Ego.
And for Vampire, well, they seem to have an easy entry into the circle. I don't see any other team challenging them from the northern side. But along their journey, they managed to collect 3 elimination points. Not bad for Vampire Esports. As for eArena, they have company still in the name of Thrives Aeromacy. But Thrives Aeromacy, they're also managing talent below them. Venom on top. Let's see if Venom will pull the trigger at some point.
Venom is having a little bit more of that high ground advantage, but talent, they have 3 members on board. So it isn't going to be all too straightforward for Venom to just charge right through. Well, YBF slowly climbs upwards, knowing that he's somewhere up there. The zone's going to be closing right through, so we'll get a big update. C1 is in the prime spot, so no matter how the circle shifts, I think that they're going to be in a decent position. But if it goes up towards the hillside, it's definitely going to be a pretty interesting fight between Vampires, potentially up against MVKE and RRQ.
Now here comes the nade by Mela, giving them the signal that they're there. But Thrives Aeromacy now executing their plan against Talon. And YBF currently down, and Triple Z on the other side, right in front of Trix. Trix? Oh, okay, in the vehicle? Oh, okay, alright. Just wants to get a good view while getting the protection from the vehicle. Very cheeky move by Trix.
Yeah, but there's just only so much room that he can actually play with the rest of Talon now swarming right through. Estella down to Theo. Can he actually find these angles right?
While getting the protection from the vehicle. Very cheeky move by Trix.
Yeah, but there's just only so much room that he can actually play with the rest of Talon now swarming right through. Estella down to Theo. Can he actually find these angles right? Just over on the corner wall there, just turning right around the roses with Break. Also arriving to the scene, but they really get turned by the rest of the members of Talon Esports. Blow for blow, only down to Trix, and he will be pincered down. Venom 1 HP left, trying to survive to the best of his capabilities, as he will try to bring this down to this 1v1 fight.
He managed to loot a first hit just in time. But oh, from behind! eArena had to show up while he was healing. That's so sad.
Oh, that could have actually been such a good run for the rest of these members of the team, but it seemed like it was just a surprise ambush coming from eArena to shut them out. Talon has them to thank for, but I don't think they've got quite enough room to lick their wounds just yet, with two members pretty much hunkered down. We're on the same spot. That grenade did clip onto both of them. So pretty tough luck for the side of AST and eArena. They're just ready for this ambush. Axel holding on to the lower ground. Eye over onto the top floor. So they definitely expect a little bit more of that company, but it's only two members that we're looking at here from the side of eArena.
Yeah, 2v2. But what that's happening, we're looking at Vikings now with Woonty taking a decent amount of damage from the top. eArena probably going to execute their plan anytime soon against Talon. They just need the information. They just need to know. Or they just need to find an advantage. With this nade, 2014 lobs a nade into the building. And it does connect onto Ayok. Let's go right now for eArena onto Axel. 2v1 Axel with a DBS on the second floor. Prioritizes onto the revive onto his teammate, but he does not have that time. He does not have that space, as the next nade will be cooked up, and that nade will finish off Ayok.
I feel like these nades have a tracking device on it. It just keeps sticking over onto these members, and now down to Axel. It's been rough so far, but Axel, if anyone do it, it has to be him, as he has been able to secure all 3 kills, but it is just too overwhelming. Just like that, eArena closes the fight out.
And eArena stands tall with their 2 players to get that win. And now for 4 Thrives. Okay, interesting enough, 4 Thrives. No elimination points yet. They've been playing this round rather safely on the southern side of the circle, but that could change soon. Look at that road in the middle of the circle. That could be a spot that a lot of teams might need to deal with later on. And the circle shifts. Here we go. We still have that 50-50 split with that road.
A little bit of a tough task for some of these teams to be moving over onto the mountainous regions, but they could just stay put for now if they're already inside the zone. So we'll have to see what Bigetron actually does with this, because they are trying to take the sweet spot in between the hillside as well as the crossroad that we've talked about. Meanwhile, there are a lot of all these empty ditches which they could actually place for cover, while Rampart Esports are starting to be pinched by Naki from right across. 4 Tribes now heard those commotion coming in from the rest of eArena, trying to drive right past. It seems like they will really have to settle it up against this Thai team.
And it's Naki with the smokes deployed. In front of him is eArena still. He needs backup. Backup is on his way. So you just need to hold his ground for now. So those smokes are to buy time for Naki. But they're not in the circle yet. Just take note of that as well. As Team Secret is in the fight. eArena, they spot out another member of 4 Thrives from the other side. And Mr. eArena, whoever he is, just using his team name. So basically he does not have a name here. But anyway, what matters is for eArena, if they are able to take out 4 Thrives, it will be 4 points in the bag, as 24 teams circling around gathering information. But here comes BTR, surprising eArena.
Yeah, that's perfect setup coming in from the rest of BTR in order to clip them just the moment that he passes through. So no go, while the member living is just going to be looking for a little bit of room to keep himself alive. Just find a little bit of that dip for him to be able to hold true. 4 Tribes, I think that they do have a really solid chance in order to slowly strike down whichever target's right in front of them. Enola as well as Mela just moving right across, where the rest of Rampart Esports so far have such a clean run that they've secured 8 elimination points so far.
Ooh, 8 elimination points? Not bad at all. And potentially being able to collect more. Let's see, for Champions Esports, 3 elimination points playing at the southern side. Oh, the elimination feed, Razy from BTR just got knocked down. 4 Thrives. Now they're starting to get real busy with not only BTR, but Champions Esports close by as well. They have to finish off a team at least. Here comes Noki rushing in onto BTR, and they will finish off the final player of BTR Sata, eliminating them at number 6.
Yeah, they were pretty much overwhelmed right through that small little valley, and just like that. C1, they do have the numbers advantage, and now pinning down Fallout. It's insane what Kino does throughout this run. He's secured 3 points, and now looking for number 4. So the rest of Champions Esports, they will start to close in. not much space for the rest of 4 Tribes to be able to maneuver around, but I believe there is still some backup coming in for Fallout, especially Cairo moving right behind. I don't think he's spotted out just yet.
Yeah, he's playing the safe approach now, probably waiting for the next circle anyway. Might as well. Okay, but he seems to be going for it, looking up this nade. Circle does not favor him, so now he knows that he must win this fight against Champions Esports. Kino in front of him. Nade exploded. Second nade will not connect on the Kino, but it gives a clue of where Cairo is at. So now Kino is going to put focus on his left side.
True enough, while Kino is hoping to prime a nade over onto the trees, and with the reposition, I think that Kino will have to hold back for the slightest measure. eArena, the only team currently with the lowest squad strength right now, will have to play it very safely, and Inola is just looking right across. This is Schweppes that we're looking at, as I believe he's already seen some advantages coming in from the side of eArena, which is why he's keeping his eyes pretty much close towards that area of the ground. Well, the rest of Vampire Esports are also spotting some of the members of Team Secret moving over onto the south side. So they're not left with much of these options. So if they really have to move, they got to take out the member of the eArena first and foremost.
Ooh, eArena now at the road. Not all of them are in the circle yet, and look at eArena, taking the damage. At the same time, the Molly came in, but actually the one that landed the final blow is Noki from the side with his M4. And 4 Thrives will claim that elimination point for themselves, leaving us with 4 teams left.
Yeah, that was just beautiful work out there. There goes the prediction as well. At least it was a top 5. Well, Fallout now flushes out position coming out from Kino. The rest of Vampires are actually striking upon the members of Team 4 Tribes at the very same time. Both of them actually going for those trades, but it is Malo from Vampire Esports that have been able to pin majority of these targets coming from 4 Tribes.
And 4 Thrives, are they able to pick up their teammates, Falak as well as Cairo? If they're able to, they'll be back as the 4th, the team with the most players. Going up against Team Secret with 3, Vampire Esports 3, and Champions Esports with 2. Here comes Doki from the side, from afar, trying to get the 1 knock. Almost getting it. But then again, Kazus, safe for now, he's able to find that space to heal.
Mela, he actually gets a lot more done, takes out Falak in the process. Naki, though, he gets so much of all this vision up upon the members of Champions Esports, while they barely have enough room to breathe. You can see that whenever they actually move out, they get shut off. And it is going to also be the members of Champions to be very vulnerable to not only them, but Vampires and Team Secret at the very same time.
Vampire, they might show up anytime soon, coming in from the north. Probably waiting for teams to cancel out each other before they come in too. But now with the stage 8 circle, Champions Esports, they do not have the circle at all. They have to move forward. But right in front of them, there'll be other teams waiting naturally with 4 teams with stage 8. Everyone's just so close to each other now.
There's barely enough room for them to actually work around with Team Secret though. They still have to deal with the rest of Vampire Esports later on. That's the team that's been taking majority of the space from them, as a matter of fact. Having so much of that breathability at the moment, Mela now pushes forward as they want to now conclude the fight by knocking over some of the members of C1 once again. Great catch, and there is Naki. Then they will be able to go on a massive rampage with 10 points.
Wow, 10 now for Vampire Esports. They're on the roll so far. But then again, Team Secret and 4 Thrives will challenge them for the chicken dinner. Let's not forget about Team Secret. They're actually behind Mela. So Mela could be surprised if he's not alert. If he tunnel visions onto 4 Thrives only. All these teams so far in the circle. We're approaching stage number 9 soon, where the circle will close entirely. 4 Thrives, they have to find a way to cut across the road. They do have vehicles as an option, so let's see what sort of strategy will they deploy with Mela single-handedly just keeping 4 Thrives across the road.
Just being the gatekeeper, like you said, they can actually consider the vehicles, which I think is a safer alternative, but I'm wondering if they could just get the engines to wrap up fast enough, while Naki is also giving them a little bit more of a pressure, especially with Team Secret hoping to actually climb up. Gets a good angle up against Schweppes. He does actually get the knock, and now up against Malo, trading so beautifully well. 4 Tribes they're onto something right now.
But for Thrives, they need to reset. Time is on their side as the zone is starting to close right now. Noki going in to save his teammate while Vampire Esports resetting as well. Team Secret, they have the advantage because these two teams are trying to cancel out each other. Zerus with his nade, cooking it up. Malo and Genola, we need to be extra careful. Nade could land on top of them, but he decided not to use his nade. Switches back to a Scar L. But looks like the nade did land on Malo, chipping down his health to 20%.
They barely have enough room to actually move out, and they are absolutely exposed to the wrath of Team Secret. They finally get the job done, but with the weakened side of Vampire Esports, what are they going to do? Are they going to be able to rush right through the rest of Team Secret? Zerus now going toe-to-toe up against Malo, and it is going to be a full flush that sees Malo coming up ahead.
Oh, the fight's not over yet for Vampire Esports up against Team Secret right now. 3v2, Malo takes a decent amount of damage. But before that, he secures the elimination point by taking out Zerus. The volley is just right in front of him. He cannot move for the ball, but still able to get that one knockdown on Typhoon for the lower ground. Typhoon will be eliminated. Vampire Esports. How can you doubt this team?
Vampire Esports now moves all the way back up with this huge chicken dinner. A flawless run so far as we saw them being in control throughout the whole run. Despite Tony K faltering very early on, it really felt like nothing could stop them on what they're up to on the high ground.
Oh, not at all. Not at all. Vampire Esports, they have to manage like two teams at the same time. 4 Thrives and also Team Secret coming from behind, but they're still able to. Beautifully executed by Vampire Esports. I mean, this is basically the Thai super team that we're talking about, and it's not their first time getting the chicken dinner. They also scored a chicken dinner together with 13 eliminations. So that's 23 points collected by Vampire Esports this round.
Yeah, it's just beautiful stuff. You can see the amount of damage output this team brings to the table. Up to now, I'm still trying to figure out the real name for Malo. I kind of forgotten. If you could enlighten me who exactly that is. Of course, we got Schweppes, we got Mela, Tony K, who's, of course, himself. So we'll definitely have to dive deep into securing who exactly is this guy who's been absolutely popping off, especially in that final fight. Malo, if you didn't get the trade well done on to the exchange, it could have actually crumbled for Vampire Esports.
Yeah, I also need to kind of refresh myself. So getting a confirmation, Malo is Onzens. Now,
oh, okay, it makes sense.
Yeah, why did they change their name? Why Schweppes changed to Genola? I have no idea. I mean, these players, they just like to do stuff during the off season. It's not like oh, we don't know that that's you. Like your picture is up here.
And with that said, Vampire Esports are back on their winning ways, and I would say that perhaps compared to the rest of the squads, they have decent amount of travel time throughout the course. But what really was a major factor on how they've been able to win some of the trades is that they have plenty of utilities that they've been able to put to good use.
Yeah, and besides Vampire Esports, we got to give it to Team Secret, 4 Thrives, and Champions Esports as well, coming in as one of our top teams. And we're going to compare Vampire Esports with the second place finisher, Team Secret. When it comes to eliminations, it equals with the amount of damage output. It all favors Vampire Esports. But for Team Secret, a lot more heals. So they've been taking a lot more damage as compared to Vampire Esports.
Yeah, they were spending a little bit of time outside of the blue, and at the very same time, we saw those exchanges between them as well as 4 Tribes and a couple of all these squads that comes in prior to the final few engages, and therefore Team Secret, as much as they were playing a safe ground, it wasn't exactly all too safe towards the point that unsusceptible for some of all these multiple angle engages. But our MVP of the run undoubtedly will be Schweppes with that 7th elimination that he's acquired, and that damage output is kind of absurd if you think about it.
Yeah, 1,219. Wow, with 7 eliminations, he's been bringing in the frags for the team. Schweppes without his signature afro, he switched his look a couple of seasons now. I do miss the afro though, but what's important is that he's still able to put in the performance for the team. And besides Schweppes, of course, we got to give it to his teammate Onzen, 5 eliminations, and then we have Noki, 4 eliminations, and another player from Champions Esports, Kino, again showing up as the top performer.
Yeah, Kino so far has been phenomenal. You saw they were playing over on a bit. Because of his effort, he's been able to really hold out for Prize for a very, very long time before, of course, getting overwhelmed with even the pressure coming in from, Team Secret, Vampire Esports that had a better view from those mountainsides. So, Vampire Esports, this is a huge parade of points with 23 being stashed in with Team Secret to be 10 points short from the record achieved by our winning squad. So I would say, at the very least, I love all these back and forth where the only few teams that didn't really get too much are the Malaysians with 7-9 and Toda falling off very early on.
Yeah, and that includes CelcomDigi Alliance as well. It's a bit unfortunate for them to be down there, but it's a marathon, it's not a sprint, so there's still games to go for them to come back up. Now this time, match stats. Ooh, this is the most throwables used that we have seen so far. More than 200, to be exact, 212. So teams have been really utilizing their throws this time. And also 3 airdrops looted. You know what, with this kind of numbers, it just tells me that the teams are taking this round very, very seriously, just to use everything that's around them.
Yeah, these are the kind of standard numbers that we actually see in all these big tournaments. So I'm glad to actually witness all these squads actually putting even more effort as we go round after round. So moving back to Erangel definitely will be pretty interesting as to how the tempo would actually rise. So that said, we got to get the updates onto the board where Vampire Esports will now close in the distance to be in the top 4, chasing up against CD Alliance, who didn't manage to score that many points this round.
Yeah, but they're still in top 3, so that's fine. HORAA Esports only managed to get 2 points this round, but they're still the only team to score more than 100 points, so that's still pretty sweet for them. Vampire Esports boosting themselves up to number 4 now. They are having they only have a small gap between themselves and CelcomDigi Alliance of about 4 points, so they're very close to moving up to the 3rd spot after this. On page number 2, these teams are still safe for now, but they still need to put in a performance. As 7-9, number 15, no points collected, 43 points. I'm pretty sure it's close with whoever who is at number 17.
Yeah, if you look at the current score chart, it's just going to be small margins involved. So good effort coming from the side of C1. They are now pushing closer into the top 10 eventually. Now, that other page that we talked about, I want to see whose name are we actually missing, because looking at the current standpoint, they desperately need to look for those big wins out there. And like you said, the margins are not too huge up to that 20th spot. AST now climbs up to be able to match up to DRS as well as VOIN Esports, while more effort needs to be displayed from Claw, FaZe Clan, Blue Squad, as well as Toda.
And we had to give the benefit of the doubt to teams like DRS and VOIN because they did not play the previous round. So but they will be playing the next round, and they could potentially go up to page number 2 at least, ladies and gentlemen. So that's something that we'll be looking forward to in the upcoming round as well. Of course, the race still continues, and like what we expected during the early, before we start off the show, is that we mentioned that teams on page number 3 are starting to perform. So we'd like to see more of these teams perform and come up with a Cinderella story to slide their way into the top 16.
That's right. With that being said, we'll go on a short break. When we come back, we'll move into match 3.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. This is game number 3 in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 10. My name is CelcomDigi. Together with Contra, will be your casters for today. And we're starting to see the rise of teams from Phase 2.
Yeah, indeed. And on top of that, we're also looking at a dominating spree now that we got Tony K back on the board. But it was Schweppes to be the hero of that last round. So rather interesting of how things have definitely followed through for a majority of all these squads out there wrestling their way into the finish line, especially on that other portion of what we saw earlier with a lot of the teams who are getting themselves a lot of all these big comeuppance. So we'll definitely have to see what else will they be offering us in these upcoming matches.
But just to keep you guys up to speed, so first chicken dinner was by HORAA Esports, followed by Vampire Esports chicken dinner. Now, third chicken dinner, we're coming back to Erangel, and it's going to be between Group B and also Group C. Group A will be taking a break, and these are teams between Group B and C. What I noticed is that in Game 1, when Group B was playing, REINCE Esports did not play. So I wonder if they'll be back for this round.
Yeah, and hopefully they would be able to at least garner a little something moving into this upcoming matches. And look at the current standpoint, we are actually getting plenty of all these room for even DRS to also climb back up. So Group B, they're definitely looking for redemption, because even the likes of ASI8, Boom, Claw, REINCE, they're hoping to at least form a big push. So with Vampire Esports currently thriving, I wonder if they will get themselves a double chicken dinner, just like how the rest of the days have seen winning teams to hop on board for 2 chicken dinners.
Yeah, and personally, would like to see like teams like on page number 3, like Toda, to be able to come up with a good performance to keep the drama going, because we like to keep like the top 16 race towards the final day. So let's see if they will be able to come up with a good performance. Now, prediction time, Contra. Do you have a team in mind?
Well, I did talk about a possibility of, a back-to-back win. So, therefore, I'm going for a prediction onto Vampire Esports.
Okay, all right, Vampire. Okay, I need to think a bit here. Ooh, it's never easy, right? Okay, so you're locked in with Vampire. I want to see Sem9. Let's go.
Okay.
Let's bring on Sem9. I'm sure Yuhai, he wouldn't be happy with the fact that he got eliminated early. Like, he didn't get a feel of the game yet when it was his debut game here today. So perhaps this might be his comeback round. And production's locking in RRQ.
Oh, I actually really do like the RRQ pick. Usually I would pick RRQ when it comes down to Miramar run, and that's because that is one of their strongest suit. But I would also say that there are a lot of all these high points that we've seen coming in from even these players coming into Erangel. So great pick overall. Mainly we're looking at a lot of all these SEA predictions. I'm pretty sure you guys in the chat has a whole lot of love for South Asia as well. So of course, drop in your votes, and hopefully we might even have, maybe in the future, open the bracket like, okay, crowd favorite predictions as well. Who are they rooting for? Is it going to be permanently HORAA Esports if that's the case, because they're not even in this round? So, well, I guess you guys got other options like ASI8.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of support for Thrives as well, so it'll be interesting to see if one day we'll be able to put that up. But I know it's not going to be easy for production. We're giving them too much pressure to put in that sort of a prediction for the audience. But there will be some seasons whereby you guys can vote for your favorite team, allowing them to be in a grand final, depending on the format of that season. So keep an eye on that as well. More information, don't forget to follow the social medias of Ruthless Esports, whether it's on Instagram, whether it's on Facebook, so that you will also know what are the upcoming tournaments hosted by them.
That's right, and there's just so much more happening right now as we are getting ourselves ready right before all these other major events will be taking place down the stretch. So make sure you guys hit that sub button as you can stay up to date, and also follow them on all the social media platforms, because we have got a whole lot of stories to tell.
Yep, and more stories to tell here today. So we are coming into game number 3. This will be the last game in the first half, featuring B and C, and then we'll roll back the A and B after this. And coming into Erangel, so far today's Erangel has been pretty okay. The last circle, it kind of ended around the era of school. So what say you? What sort of circle would you like to see?
I'm thinking Gatka. We haven't seen Gatka or even somewhere along the lines for quite some time. So that probably will still be a little bit of a tough challenge for a lot of all these teams to be navigating around that zone, especially when you saw a lot of all these teams were actually dropping all across the map. So that being said, I think that would definitely be something to be for a very interesting ordeal moving into our upcoming rounds.
Yeah, if it's Gatka, I'd like to see a Gatka mountain finish. That would be pretty nice as well. We haven't got that yet so far in this season's tournament. So if it's a Gatka mountain finish, the race to get the top of the mountain will be there. And it's even better if like the Gatka mountain circle like starts from early on.
Yeah, indeed. And speaking of which, we'll have to find out in a quick moment as we dive into our third map of the day. Starting things off here in match 3 Erangel.
And this is Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if we'll get the Gatka mountain. Because right now, based on the flight path, okay, we might or might not be passing by Gatka. Let's see. But of course, the flight path is not relevant, not necessarily relevant to the circle. It can be totally different. It can be totally off, and that's fine, right? And if it's totally off, then well, it's just a bit more challenging for all these teams. Anyway, it's going to be a kind flight path. It cuts in the middle across the map, so all these teams will be able to get to their regular drawn spot. It shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, overall, pretty standard kind of flight where you get major access into majority of all the regions. Well, we want to see if there's still going to be that early hustle. I do think that eArena is probably not on board, so Blue Squad, they get a little bit more of a safety net if that's ever to be the case, if they're going to be able to in this round. A lot of all these teams are traversing over onto the far eastern corner, and that's going to be BTR looking for a little bit of stretch over onto the outskirts. And looking into farm, I think that without the presence of CD Alliance, then farm is absolutely available for BTR if they want to take it.
Ooh, yeah, you're right. Without CelcomDigi Alliance, I think you could take that. VOIN Donkey is actually heading towards the farm area, so maybe they might be the one to lock that in. Are we going to get a 50-50 circle between the north and also the main peninsula? Or could be a Rozok finish again? Or maybe a potential Rozok-ish circle. Let's see there. If it goes there, then VOIN Esports will be the happier one of them all, since Rozok is the regular drop spot anyway.
That's true, and overall, it's going to be a very standard start without all too much of a casualty. We're looking into Pachinki. We always have the rest of the Savior to be holding on to this stronghold, while the rest of DRS floating right next to Vampire Esports by the corner of Primos. What's going on here, ladies and gents?
Well, we do know that Vampire Esports normally drops in Primos anyway. So DRS got to challenge them for Primos. Okay, let's see who will get the first knockdown. VSS in the hands of Delta. We don't always get to see a VSS being used. So let's see if this VSS will bring him dividends here, as this is his one and only weapon now.
Well, I think like it is actually pretty solid if you were to go on for an initiation, because it was already equipped with, you know, a 4x scope, is also suppressed at the very same time. The only drawback is that there's only like, what, 12 bullets on the VSS? So you gotta be very, very careful with that DMR. Well, it's one of the weirdest DMRs, right, if you think about it, because it kind of sprays like an AR, so to speak. So they could actually put that to really good use. But looking at the rest of Vampire Esports, they're not really well equipped to actually take on a fight, which is why you're looking at them pretty much scattered across the field. Rarely do we actually see DRS actually going for this kind of early challenges, but I definitely would want to see what happens from here on, because I voted for Vampires, and it'll be really sad for me to see them go first.
True. That's a good point. That's a good point. So let's see Vampire, how will they manage this? And so far, they're not really interested in taking this early engagement, but they might be forced to, because if you look at the positioning of DRS, they're on the northern side of the city, and they seem to be gatekeeping them from rotating out. And they have to rotate out because they're about 1,700 meters away from the circle. So the Vampire Esports might be forced into this fight. Now, whether they win it or not is going to be a second question.
True enough. I mean, it is going to be down to all the slightest margins. Whoever spots who first. Gante already equipped with 8x on the Mini 14. So he gets to see every single pixel, while Chama got himself a little bit of a horse just to secure the outskirts. And DRS is starting to get pressurized as Killer YT will be hurled with a grenade as Tony K is going to force this push.
And here's Tony K on the lower ground. Killer YT is there. But he not only has Tony K, he has Melo and Mela behind him as well. So Killer YT with the DBS, not the best of weapon in that sort of range. He decided to just back off for now since he is alone. He doesn't want to take that risk of being knocked in front of his opponents.
Yeah, and over on the side of Gante, as much as he's got the 8x scope, isn't exactly all too easy to actually catch all these moving targets at the very same time. Vampire Esports actually putting just about enough pressure, but do they spot Chama over onto the valleys, though? I mean, he's over onto the hillside. Hasn't really made his presence felt just about yet, but once he does, then it would further suppress the rest of Vampire Esports.
Both sides at the 50-50 now. I have a feeling that Vampire Esports is not interested to take this fight, but DRS, they're not letting them go. They even position one player on the hilltop. So for Vampire, they don't really have a choice. If they are able to get that one player on top of the hill, then maybe they can find an exit. But then again, it's still pretty tight for Vampire. Looks like this fight is inevitable.
Yeah, it's a gridlock situation. No vehicles thus far. It's Melad actually securing one after a while. As he goes in chasing 8 hordes as Chama. The position has been compromised now. DRS is also pretty much stuck within the city, if so to speak. Unless, of course, Chama just decides to bail out, leave his teammates inside the city, then it's going to be a different story. But he will be repositioning over onto another side of the lower ground of the hill. So a little bit of prio has been lost from the side of DRS, but that might just be spotted out with Trev once again, swerving all the way past just to ensure that they will keep his position in check. So DRS kind of revealed their location to the rest of VPE, so to speak.
But they're going to say hello to the blue soon, so I don't know how long this fight can continue on. Vampire, at least 2 of them, managed to find an exit on the left side, but the other 2 players are still within Primos. No, I don't know. I don't know how they're going to get out of this. And still DRS. They don't want to let them go. They want those points for themselves. And totally understandable, right? If you look at DRS composition, they are number 18. So points that they can get, they will go for it.
Yeah, so what happens here is that looking at Mela, he did manage to pick up another vehicle so that they can actually bail out Tony K as well as Malo. So just like what you said, they are uninterested in just going for that full fight. So with that pickup, they are still leaving Malo behind. So it is definitely a very interesting option. He doesn't really have mats though. So they gotta once again pick him up. They're doing it one after another. So I guess DRS, they will also try to retreat as they found themselves a hug for craft in return. So very respectful run coming from both teams.
And here's the blue, 100% on top of them. DRS, they're still circling around. They want to find the remaining members of Vampire. But Vampire, they managed to escape. Okay. Yeah, they managed to escape. They're on the clear now. They somehow found a way out. So DRS is their time to move it. I'm not sure if they know that Vampire has exited this area though.
Yeah, most likely they would know, so to speak. But for them to really fully commit, I guess like now is the time for them to try to look for whatever other first aids that was unlooted by Vampire Esports. Vampire, I think their next pit stop is going to be around the hospital grounds, which we've seen them play around that area for plenty of times. So going over on the side of Dodak, I think they've met up with some of the members of RRQ just by the corner of shooting range. What will be pretty interesting is to see how these teams actually commit over onto these grounds, but we're once again seeing another circle around Pochinki as well as school.
Yeah, this circle looks familiar, right? It looks like the first round that we have seen today. So far, no eliminations. Oh, there's one elimination, and Vikings, one of the players got eliminated. 7-9 seems to be in a bit of a scuffle here. Two players currently knocked, but they fight back though. And it's going to be REINCE Esports. Okay, they're back in the game, ladies and gentlemen. And with their debut today, they finish off 7-9.
Yeah, that was a really strong start. Taking out the entirety of 7-9, where I'm not really too sure of what's really going on with the Malaysian squad, where we've seen them bow out very, very early throughout these past couple of days. And knowing them, usually they are a very feisty bunch, but going up against REINCE, it is definitely going to be a tough feat, as they're definitely known as some of the best in the world at this point of time. Vampire Esports, we can see that they're still tanking out the zone, falling very low. I don't think they really have much of these med packs with them, so it's definitely a cause for concern for the Thai squad overall.
Yeah, they didn't really have the chance to truly loot inside of Primos, right? So, yeah. But I'm sure they have a backup plan. They rotated towards the left side, and last we checked, there were not many teams there, just because of how the circle shifted. So they could be able to find a good amount of loot while they plan for themselves to get into the circle, which we are at stage 2, and stage 3 will be coming soon. That means they need to come in rather soon, sooner than later. But I wonder where they are now across the map, how far they are. But it's Vampire Esports. I mean, this is a team that is super duper experienced. They know their timing for sure.
Yeah, and especially if they're going to be coming in from the west side, I don't think it's highly populated as compared to the current central zone. So they should have some form of leeway. You can say the same about the rest of REINCE as well. After winning out their fight, they're fully restocked. And speaking of which, here comes a challenge right through, which is going to be Grace quickly taken off the list by Pecco as well. So clean stuff coming from RQ, securing the grounds over on the corner of Rosal, but there's still much more to do up against VOIN Esports because they've always been around Rosal.
Yeah, and VOIN Esports, this is their home ground essentially. So they know this place like the back of their hand. It's just a matter of whether teams will want to challenge VOIN Esports. But they seem to be leaving there. They're interested in school instead. And heading to school, Talon has secured their position within school itself. While we will observe the next phase of the circle, VOIN Esports, they notice that Talon is there. Not interested in the school compound no more. They shifted themselves to the school apartment instead.
Yeah, there's a lot of all these spacing still available, at least around that school area, which Talon goes on a 2-2 split. VOIN Donkey playing the outskirts of Pochinki as they are taking the intersection from the crossroad into school. BTRs could be their friendly neighbor for the time being, so no heavy engagement. We're definitely seeing a much more serious tone played out by majority of all these teams who are currently in the field. So look at the situation. Tony K this time driving deeper into the regions, while REINCE Esports now picks up another kill. A little bit of a straggling unit coming through with the rest of Vampire Esports is climbing up the hillside as they've already yoinked one out of the list.
Wow, REINCE coming in with a bang. Now already 5 eliminations dominating. On the elimination feed, we have RRQ and VOIN Esports. Lapa pretty low, but they managed to finish off VOIN Esports without a single casualty on their side. Clean. 4 points for RRQ.
Yeah, the Pecco once again really banking up a lot of all these great initiations with the support coming from the side of Salomon, while Pepeng getting a little bit more of that region secured for the Potato Hills. Look at the hillside. I believe DRS is pretty close by as we speak of it. Delta having himself that hovercraft as they take the high ground instead. Needs to signify a little bit of warning. He seems to be holding back for this last bit because they don't really have the full intel just yet. Like the colors of both of these logos to be very similar in both red, white, as well as blue. But of course, that aside, DRS, I want to see what do they do with this position.
Yeah, I know, right? Like if you just have a glance, you'll be like, oh, that's the same logo. But okay. Yeah, you have a good look, and then yeah, it's obviously different. But Claw, interesting enough, so they shifted their base from South Asia now to Indonesia, picking up Boboho's team. And Boboho's team is like this comeback team of very, very experienced players. We'll talk about that in a little bit more as DRS. They will start off their round by taking out Tony K from Vampire Esports.
I like that they are actually meeting up once again, and this time DRS got the better end of the trade. Just by rotation itself, the Vampire Esports have already lost 2 of their players, so maybe I should stop predictions, right? Because every single time I vote for somebody, it doesn't seem like it's offering them all too much good luck. But as we speak of it right now, ASI8 draws himself into a fight up against Talon with YK over onto the other corner. Needs to be locked from the side of Casanova, but seems like bodies are hitting the ground right at this moment with the rest of ASI closing it right through, but there's just layers of smoke for them to be deterred from this push. Look at what the situation. Casanova is closing in, and oh, what a crash! Crypto nails him down.
ASI winning this fight on this hilltop, and now they have secured this hilltop for themselves. Great work there by ASI, not losing a single player. And with this hilltop, this is a very good spot to overlook the school apartment. Without the circle and school apartment, whoever who is in there will be forced to come out. And that's where ASI will have the advantage of securing elimination points.
Great control overall. Claw now sees a little bit more of that resistance while they're also getting tagged. Oh, Bobo! He's got to reposition very quickly. He does have slight covers coming from the tree side. Very defensive stance coming in while they're unable to even put a crack on the rest of DRS. Well, we're fighting a El Clasico between RRQ versus BTR. The Indonesian Titans going back and forth, but it is a relatively safe distance between them as they play through some of all these compounds.
Yeah, and so many teams on this potato here, we gotta think about it. Claw and DRS, and also Thora here. Let's see, are they going to continue the fight or are they going to leave this one? Still DRS, they're circling around. They're trying to find the members of Thora or try to gather information at least on where exactly they're at. But we shift forward to FaZe Clan now. FaZe Clan against ASIA, where Macarius picking up this nade right in front of him. It's going to be a member of ASIA to potentially knee him down. But he's just doing a DBS, and the DBS will gain him that point.
Well, great repositioning as well as great control coming from Macarius in order to save his entirety of his team. And just like that, ASI kind of crumbled, leaving themselves vulnerable while the rest of Claw, once again, getting pinned by the rest of Chama. This fight is far from over with KiloYT driving in with the hovercraft, running him down with a ton of damage, rampaging right across. Make that 2 hovercrafts as they don't really need to actually bring the bullets into the fight. And he's going for another rampage, knocking down Boboho.
Who needs weapons if you have the hovercraft, ladies and gentlemen, a fully protected vehicle? And with that, they're able to take out the players in front of them. Man, that was savage. Claw Esports out at number 13, but they're not out of the fight just yet. Thora right now. Will we pick out against DRS? Getting just out of his vehicle. Good, that one knock on Thora.
Yeah, it's running a little slow, which is why KiloYT also has to jump out, only down to a member left on both sides. KiloYT, he's going to be able to once again hop on the hovercraft, secure some beautiful points, repositioning, and once more, they got to dodge all these rampage. And KiloYT, he hops out, but quickly being secured with those shots coming in from the S12K.
Oh, the countermeasure came in for Thora. Took advantage of their situation where they were still like resetting themselves after their elimination of Claw Slayers. Well, that's that. And now FaZe Clan, we're back onto the potato hill. Here comes FaZe Clan against Thora. Thora, they managed to reset, but FaZe Clan, full squad against Thora.
Yeah, that was just so fun to watch. That position by the potato hill is still having some fights now that FaZe Clan is just charging upwards. So no time for reset, but it was definitely super fun to watch DRS in action. They pick up 7 points before bowing out. While we still have this fight erupting between V-Saber and Appleton Riker and BTR on the other side has been able to contribute into the fight, while Selmon with a beautiful grenade to be able to knock multiple members of the Savior. So down to 2 members. Selmon still holding inside the warehouse, while Nate T tries to flush out Birdinia over onto the other side.
Oh, to 3 teams around the same area. Paragen's crawling towards Nati. He should be able to be revived since the smoke is still active. Okay, and he will reach Nati. Okay, the revive will kick in for sure. Now RRQ, they're not taking the proactive approach. They're not willing to leave their warehouse yet. Sends a nade across, but nobody's home.
It is going to be a long tussle. V-Saber now playing a very defensive stance, but I think RRQ has got a hunch of where they're currently hiding out. So those nades make climb across. Doc secures another one for the side of REINCE Esports, while the rest of the members of RRQ has got nowhere else to go, right? You got BTR on the other side of the compounds. Well, you just got to settle scores with DX first, but you don't really have the vision on top, so Pekka's got a lot to do.
Yeah, pretty surrounded now. 4 different teams in the same area. By the way, D-Saber, they just focus on the RRQ for now. And RRQ, Solomon with the nade across, will not connect on the Nati. Paragen cooking up his nade as well. Sends it across on the Solomon, knocking him down. This is go time now for D-Saber. They know that they demand advantage. Napeko is pretty low. 10% of health left. He's trying to heal up. The smoke is buying in time. But from the other side, Napeko knocked down. And looks like D-Saber, they will take over this warehouse.
Wow, beautiful execution. Timely strikes. And now it's only down to Birdinia in order to survive for RRQ. Positioning, only BTR knows for the matter of time, but BTR, you're happy where they have been positioned, which is where they managed to spot out more members inside of REINCE Esports. They don't even get to see because they're all covered in smoke. But that was some magnificent shot.
And that's Satar. Need to try to show off 9. 9 managed to breach himself into that compound area just in front of Satar. As for Zeta, long range pressure onto REINCE Esports on the other side as well. So many teams still around this warehouse area, including BTR.
It's just a lot of all these space to be claimed. BTR playing a very defensive stance. Very well disciplined as they are just hunkering down with all these 4 members. But take a look at 9. He's slowly lurking upon them as well. Wonder if he's going to be able to impact much, because the last we saw Dodak, they were kind of forced into this position because they were kind of hustled over on the hillside. So they're just holding on defensively while Zeal is going to have the rest of VOIN Donkey go for the jump, but it's Zio getting punished instead.
Oh, he had the high guard advantage, but could not make the best out of it because the other members of VOIN Donkey has arrived. And now it's going to be Refus, the final player for REINCE Esports. Is he able to pull off a clutch here against VOIN Donkey? But VOIN Donkey says no with the nade into Refus, eliminating REINCE Esports.
Such a clean execution from the rest of VOIN Donkey. And that position, I was kind of worried for VOIN Donkey, but because of a little bit of a slip-up coming from the side of Zio, it kind of opens up a lot more space. And also considering the fact that REINCE Esports, that position to hold out isn't exactly the safest because you're vulnerable to BTR. You're also vulnerable to VOIN Donkey at the same time. They were forced for a fight. Birdinia, he finds one in return. Getting clipped over onto Paragen, secures it very swiftly. Now, down to Nate T, 1v1.
Here comes the SLK. Let's see who will win this one. It's going to be SLK versus SLK. And Virginia tries to get Nate. Nate dancing around. None of those shots connected. And finally, it is Nate. With the patience, he managed to secure that win against RRQ.
Clean stuff. And RRQ, they leads back 6 points. So, well, I would say that it is a decent effort coming in from RRQ moving into this matchup here inside of Erangel. FaZe Clan finally shows themselves. They did manage to out-trade many of the teams over on the Potato Hill, and now move their way back onto the warehouse sector where this current circle is favoring BTR. So they got a lot of work to do in order to secure some of all these vantage points. AST now takes over the warehouse, so Nate T's kind of having a problem of his own. So BTR, how long will they want to focus onto AST? Because all the other teams are interested in securing this compound. These are the only few real estate that's currently in the zone.
Man, when there's a chance that the circle will actually go away, so I wonder what brought the party to these teams. Anyway, Vikings coming in from the other side as well, going on to 9, and the moment they saw 9, Superman will eliminate him. Tora is out at number 8. 5 eliminations, 6 points collected by Tora in this round. Now it's going to be Nate against Tribe Aeromacy against the world with Zio. Either low, knocked out by Nate with the rest of K.
Yeah, very clean take. Well, they are still trying to get a little bit more room. Nate, he knows that he has defended all by himself. So he's just circling around from the top floor as well as the ground floor. He expects Nace to be hurled over on his corner, but he's got ideas of his own as he tries to also prime one towards the side of Venom. Now they're charging right in. 3 versus 1. Barely holding on as Venom makes quick work out of that situation.
That is the end of the Xavier, number 7 with 4 elimination points. BTR, they have company of their own with VOIN Donkey crashing in. And again, what brings everyone to this compound? It's just that the circle will win, but that doesn't matter right now. What matters is that BTR will need to defend their ground against VOIN Donkey, and BTR lost 3 players so far. Now it's down to only Satar.
Yeah, it was not really the best of defensive hold coming from the rest of BTR. They weren't expecting VOIN Donkey to be so aggressive on his charge, already on that dominating streak. Only a few members still trying to lick their wounds at this moment. BTR not even going for the rebound with the pressure coming in from the side of the Vikings. Striking over onto these corners. Everybody wants to compound like you said, and it seems like Vunti is just ready to shut out Satar. That is the rest of BTR out of the match.
Well, looks like a good call because the circle is still at this compound. Here comes FaZe Clan onto Vikings. FaZe Clan as a 4 Vikings. They not only have FaZe Clan, but they also have VOIN Donkey on the other side as well. Now, Vikings, they are sandwiched between 2 different teams, and also Tribe Aeromacy across the road. Knocking down, leaving only Superman alone, and Superman found his kryptonite, eliminated number 5.
Yeah, love the way that you put FaZe Clan has the strength. They arrive in the nick of time to really weak side of BK, and now he's able to put up a challenge up against EST onto the Red Bull. Now striking down Axel, that be Talon. No points gained, but they at least secured themselves a couple of points coming from the placements. VOIN Donkey still holds a threat. So down to Makaris. Can he spot out Potato on that corner wall?
Ooh. Potato's on the outer side, so Macarius is able to position himself by the edge. He should be able to see Potato. Now, it could be anytime soon that he pulls the trigger. And yes, he will. Potato will be knocked down. Finished off by Macarius immediately. Now leaving VOIN Donkey with only 2 players left. While Tribe Aeromacy, they're just monitoring the situation on the other side of the road. If they see an opportunity, they will shoot. If not, they'll just let them cancel each other, let them fight, and come in later.
FaZe Clan is absolutely being secured by a majority of their members. Gilway this time takes a little bit more of a backseat, being a little bit more supportive for the team. So they definitely get to dictate who actually gets to have free reigns between this fork road, because they're pretty much split 2 by 2 to watch over both AST as well as VOIN Donkey. You can see the rest of Tribe Aeromacy, they just want to ensure that they actually get a little bit more of a party. All about that zone shift right now within the 5 seconds. Who exactly does it favor?
Yeah, we still have stage 8. And looks like it favors the compound where FaZe Clan and VOIN Donkey is at. Tribe Aeromacy will need to move forward. As long as FaZe Clan and VOIN Donkey, they don't start to shoot at each other, both of them focus on the Tribe Aeromacy, then they would have an advantage against them, and it will be difficult for Tribe Aeromacy, obviously. So now the call is for Tribe Aeromacy. When will they want to make that move?
I hope that they do have just about enough smokes to be able to form a little bit more of a bridge for them to cut them across. But they got VOIN Donkey as well as the rest of FaZe Clan to be able to stare them down. So tough task. Strix on the other corner will have to maybe breach right through in order to start a little bit more of a challenge up against the rest of the members of VOIN Donkey. Speaking of which, they have already formed a layer of fog just in order to cut right through, and just like that, they are trying to loop breach right in. But Zeta, he gets the god angles. He'll be instead shut down by Red Bull.
3-way war now, ladies and gentlemen, with FaZe Clan having the upper hand so far. 10 elimination points for FaZe Clan. As Tribe Aeromacy, they will rush through, but Venom is pretty low. He does have the first aids for himself to kill up. Razak taken out. So it's now down to 2 teams. FaZe Clan with the numbers advantage, they rush in. Macarius gets a knock on the Venom.
crazy fights as we see FaZe Clan triumph with a massive haul of points. Just by having the superior position, they fought tooth and nail throughout the Potato Hills, and now the faithful is rewarded with a big win here in match 15.
And this is the type of comeback that we want to see. Teams from page number 3 rising up to the occasion. The first chicken dinner for FaZe Clan. This will very likely put them in page number 2. FaZe Clan, a lot of fans are hoping for them to put in a good performance, and they did not fail this time. They scored the chicken dinner, and right now they just need to maintain their performance.
Yeah, this is pretty surprising to me on how well they just popped off. We saw how many of all these big teams fighting over on the hillside. There was Dodak, there was DRS, and you name it. They were all pretty much battered and bruised, but not FaZe Clan, where they've been able to climb from that point onwards. And they get that free access to just search right across with VOIN Donkey, pretty much occupying the space where BTR was at initially. So moving rather late into that sector was definitely the big call for them to have such a successful run moving into this particular match. So to speak, Macaris, though, leading the fray very strongly together alongside with Red Bull, who's always been super proactive. So that is a total of 14 eliminations. So in total, that's 24 points for FaZe Clan.
Wait, look at this damage by Macarius, the original member of FaZe Clan 2.0, 1,038 damage output ahead of Red Bull himself. But this is a stacked lineup if we kind of look at it on paper. I mean, 3 players from Austria, Thailand before this who did very well in the PMSL. So I'm sure a lot of fans will be looking forward to seeing their performance in the professional league later on. And with this chicken dinner, it should boost them up to 2nd place at least. But how far are they from the drop? That will be the question.
Yeah, I'm really starting to become a fan of this iteration of FaZe Clan. This is definitely a household name coming in from Thailand, though, of course, they might have actually fallen off the radar for a little bit, but with performance like this, I think that they are going back to their former glorious way. So I'm definitely excited to see what else will they actually bring once those official circuit comes taking shape. So that to be, of course, with this down the stretch where we've got VOIN Donkey, AST, as well as MVKE that have been able to secure themselves some really important points. So, like you said, the teams coming from the 3rd page, they're starting to see the importance of what today actually brings to the table.
And for Vikings, despite them having the lowest squad time of among the other teams of 18 minutes 42 seconds, but they're still able to come up as one of the teams to watch. There should be a decent amount of point haul for them, where we'll tabulate later on. But we're going to compare FaZe Clan and also Thrives Aeromacy, the last 2 teams in the game earlier on. I mean, FaZe Clan, they scored 14 eliminations as compared to Thrives Aeromacy 3 eliminations, so naturally, the damage output will favor them.
That's right, and overall, FaZe Clan has just had great priority as well as great vision control overall onto the course of the battle. AST, the ambush moving into the warehouse up against members of this area was a really great call. But even despite that, you know, they were kind of late to the scene where they didn't manage to get as much points in the eliminations as they kind of desired, because BTR was kind of holding them back. VOIN Donkey as well. So man of the match, undoubtedly, Macaris, who's done so much work in this match.
Yeah, 1,038 damage with 5 eliminations ahead of his other teammates. Well, he shares the same amount of eliminations as Red Bull, but the damage output is higher for Macaris, while the original members of FaZe Clan 2.0, so showing why he still deserves a spot within FaZe Clan, and also playing well together with his other new teammates that were transferred from Austria, Thailand. Now, besides him, Red Bull is up here as well, always very consistent with 5 elimination points. And then we have 9 from Toda, who has been showing up from time to time as well in our stats here with 4 eliminations. And then we have Salomon, who is the current coach of RRQ with 3 eliminations. So I don't know if it's actually him playing or, you know, some other player just using his name and picture.
Well, I believe that we've seen this player before coming into tournaments. It's just that his name kind of slides off of the top of my mind. But on top of that, if you're telling me the coach is playing this well, man, sign him up. Sign him up for all the major tournaments because he's doing so well for RRQ.
Yeah, he's showing that, hey, if I can do it, you guys can, all right? It's like leading by example, they say. But one leading by example now is FaZe Clan, 24 points, way ahead of VOIN Donkey with 11 points. Wow, that's a big haul there. And then on the other end, too bad for Vampire Esports, Claw Slayers, Boom Esports, and 7-9. Not able to collect any points at all this round. But the overall is where it matters. We'll check that out in a little bit. But this is the highest throwables used that we have seen.
Wow.
I thought that 200 plus was the highest, but 292, close to 300. And we are back with the second half, ladies and gentlemen, of the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. Season 10! Already 10 seasons in. This is like a decade of Ruthless Invitational Showdowns, Contra.
Well, in esports hours, I guess it could be considered a decade where, every few months we will have all these huge competition coming true, and only the best teams in PUBG Mobile Esports will be featured here. So make sure you guys hit that sub button because we got so much of all these amazing action happening throughout this week and the next. So far, you guys are watching the playoffs, and wow, the race to the finish line for the top 16 is very much on its course, where we're going to be moving into Miramar for match 16.
Yeah, especially with FaZe Clan, who just got the chicken dinner, now putting them in a okay spot within the top 16, but the race is not over yet. This is a marathon, ladies and gentlemen. We still have a lot more days to go and a lot more games. And coming on to the second half, we're going to re-roll again the grouping, starting off back again with Group A versus Group B inside of Miramar. And with REINCE Esports, we confirmed that they are playing, at least in the previous round. So I don't know if you want to put REINCE as your prediction.
Well, I'll consider. I think that definitely they do have a solid chance, but I'm definitely thinking that with the rise of the prominence of Thai teams out here, things are really looking a lot harder for us to really go for predictions. Even despite, HORAA having such a good run, I really wonder, can they actually withstand the heat of what Miramar has to offer? I'll let you go with your predictions first and foremost, since I've always voted first. So I'll see what there is left for me to pick.
Well, CelcomDigi Alliance had an explosive performance yesterday, and today they're kind of quiet. So maybe they're just waiting for that one break game, and then they will come back. So let's put in CelcomDigi Alliance. Let's go.
Okay, I really do like that prediction. I'm thinking maybe a little bit more of a leniency from my end to be voting onto Alter Ego, because the last we saw them play around that Los Leones region, they have very firm control. Of course, on top of it all, it was Vampire Esports that did manage to secure the chicken dinner. I'm just thinking that at least they're on a decent record at the very meantime. So I gotta see what more can Alter Ego do to find more successes.
Okay, locking it in, and production is going for D Xavier. You know what, D Xavier, sometimes it's like an off and on performance for them. If they do well, they do really well. But if they don't do what, they don't do well. So I don't know what sort of D Xavier is going to show up next.
Yeah, I think like the tough decision that they really have to make is on these early rotations, because from their drop spot onwards, there's always certain teams that's been challenging them. There are times that they move into El Pozo and they have certain visitors. So hopefully if they do get like a smooth cruise, then they should be at least having a better standing, so to speak. But once DX shows up huge and, they always activate late into the tournament, I guess that it's about time that they actually pop off in Miramar.
Okay, let's see if they do, because they will normally drop in. Okay, well, it depends on the flight path as well, right? Like how far the flight path is because of how big this map is. But what I would like to see, of course, is always the circle. We'll be having nice circles here throughout the day, whether it's the Erangel maps or either it's the Miramar maps. So let's see. Let's get a all the way down south sort of circle for this time.
Yeah, and I think like a lot of these teams are already getting a lot more adjusted over onto those kind of region. If there's going to be a southern circle, you remember maybe around that Ladriel section between Chumacera, there's a lot of hillside to play out. I kind of wish it to be around that area, so we actually get to see a lot more high ground, low ground kind of fights being taken place across the field. So looking at the current standings, I think that REINCE have definitely shown us some good signs of life coming into that round of Erangel. Then we'll definitely want to see if they could find their rhythm moving forward into match 16. Miramar coming up next.
And that's the sound of the flights. And here we go, Miramar. We can start off somewhere on the southern side, it seems, when it comes to the flight path. I do see Impala there, Puerto Paraiso, and also the legendary islands outside of Impala. if the circle does go there, it's always really interesting. Although the chances are pretty low, but we have seen that before. We have even seen that in the PMGC finals. So if that circle goes there, it will be a race to who gets into the island first to block out everyone else.
I can remember how legendary that ending really was, and there was so much on the line for them to actually secure the championship. And up to today, that has been an unforgettable finish out of all these matches to be played out. So, as we take a look, this is a flight path that did actually start not too far away from the islands that you've mentioned. So that allows VOIN Esports to secure themselves Impala, while we're also looking at Alter Ego, who typically starts off somewhere around the northeast section, whether they want to take Azahar or so. I'm hearing shots already. Where's this coming from? Oh boy, Blue Squad, they're on the chase, and they're on a hunt.
Looking for the next target. They managed to get a couple of knocks, I believe. Okay, going up against... Is it Boom? It could probably be Boom, but we'll wait for that to happen. Now GLU Squad fighting back. Yes, it's going to be Boom. And so far, Boom Esports, they're managing GLU Squad, but they lost one player though. Circle is all the way on the left side, so this fight has to end there about 2,000 meters away from the circle. Boom Esports with the upper hand against GLU Squad.
Yeah, it really felt like Blue Squad doesn't seem like they have a place to call. They keep hot dropping teams after teams. This time up against Boom Esports, they lost Pondbit. Guy barely get to play the game. I believe this is actually the debut of Boom Esports Pondbit for today, and he just quickly get deterred because of the presence of Blue Squad.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think so as well. They seem to be rotating players around. The fact that he is taken out first, then, well. But Boom Esports, they will take out the final player of a GLU Squad, and that's quickly down. Xavier, they see themselves. They're going up against ASI8. ASI8 on the second floor. Levi's managed to reload just in time with his AK. And on the outside, they're pinning that one player down. And it's going to be Casanova. Xavier wins this fight, but they lose Lamborghini in it.
Yeah, that was a clean sweep, but they are definitely putting their bodies on the line. So King Lambo, I believe that he's also being brought in for this game, and just like the fate of Boom Esports, you got to shake off a little bit of that rust. I would say that Lambo's pretty rusty. It's just that the circumstances kind of put them into such a tough spot. So 2 hot drops. What more will they actually bring? Now, looking at the rest of FaZe Clan. They're just right beside HORAA Esports. So what are they plotting up over onto this course? Because this is definitely not an easy fight to take up against HORAA.
Yeah, sharing the same area with Red Bull holding down the line. And HORAA, they know that FaZe Clan is around the corner as well, so both sides at the peak of their focus. But FaZe Clan, they do have the liberty of like still moving around, and they can still loot around their corner, while HORAA Esports, they don't really have much space, so a bit of advantage to FaZe Clan overall.
Definitely would say so, but they're going to be forming up all together just to see if they could overwhelm some of the members of FaZe Clan. We are starting to see it repositioning coming out. Red Bull definitely needs a little bit more of a helping hand, but as they cut across, it's going to be Killer YT that actually attacks onto Supreme. But where exactly is DRS? I don't even get to see them in the map.
Oh yeah, that must be a super duper long range one. Not even on the mini map. Hopefully we get a visual later on. But Sleepy is defending his ground against FaZe Clan. Dewey is right in front of him. HORAA Esports doing so far so good. But Haitami knocked out by Red Bull. Red Bull makes an appearance now just behind HORAA Esports. He's the reload, and he's back up right now, dancing around, bringing around the Rosie. A little bit of backup, not gonna hurt, as HORAA Esports taken out by FaZe Clan.
That surprise ambush coming in from the dumpster is definitely a little bit overwhelming, where they did not find out just of that. Red Bull just forced them to pay for their own mishaps. FaZe Clan now tries to actually run across and now bumps into the rest of Team Secret. Such an explosive early game. Just barely 3 minutes of play, we're already getting ourselves so many players taken out. As a matter of fact, take a look at that. Only 49 players still on board.
Wow, 49? What? Okay, this is the fastest early Miramar round that we have got so far. I kind of lost count at some point, like, oh, how many players? But expect more to come, because we can see here Team Secret, they managed to get one, and that opponent of theirs is currently bleeding out. Delta will get FaZe Clan. The last we checked, we know that DRS, they're around the corner where FaZe Clan was at. So the fight might continue on. Inside Los Lones, D-Xavier, CelcomDigi Alliance locked into each other.
Always see these two really going up against each other for a very long time now, as we've talked about Leones being such a vast city where you could just field up to 3 teams. But all in all, we don't always get to see full commitment whatsoever. But there is a commitment coming from the side of eArena now, going up against 4 Thrives. Pinning one out, still more to go. And look at the multiple layer coming from the construction. Paragon on the top. I think that he's going to be absolutely surrounded by the members of CD Alliance. But if he could just work this out, I don't know. Perhaps D-Xavier might just have their members to form up against the rest of Alliance.
But bad news for the teams inside Los Lones is not in the circle. Now, eArena and 4 Thrives. Here we go. In St. Martin, they're trying to duke out for dominance inside of this area. As Noki passes by, the moment Noki passed on to 2014, takes him out immediately. eArena, now with only 2 players left, make that none, as 4 Thrives will win the fight against eArena.
Wow, just like that, swept them through. And I'm just surprised at how 4 Thrives has been able to navigate in that fight and just basically pin them onto these places where eArena is hoping to just come in for a flank. But that was swiftly read like a book. To the YT, still pinning out members to the side of Team Secret. As we've seen, some of the other players coming from HORAA to be pinned from that exact location where Killer YT has been playing. So these are really difficult angles for Team Secret to actually form a trade back at the rest of DRS.
As long as they're able to lock in their position, that's still okay for Team Secret. But they're not in the circle as well. They need to move in 730 meters away from the circle. So I believe that they won't hold this spot for any more longer. They're starting to make that move anyway. It's just a matter of who will they meet in front. But now, if we were to look at this, Contra, Stage 1, 4 teams already eliminated. There should be a good amount of space for them to rotate in.
Plenty of space, if you ask me. They're still, I mean, it's still Stage 1, right? So opportunities endless. So that's the reason why we're looking at so many commitments where they're not even in the zone yet. The last we checked, that zone's going over onto the corners of El Pozo, and you're looking at fights erupting over onto north, east, south, west. West doesn't seem like there's much action to be involved, so we'll probably get a little bit more of that safety net for teams to now rotate. Now, excuse me, that's one skin that I've not seen for quite some time on that van that kind of looks like a furry rabbit. Very interesting.
But if you think about it, if you use those kind of skins, would that not give away your movement, right? Like, it's so obvious that teams can like, they're there, like they're moving there, we can shoot them, we cannot shoot them. Like, they can get that information and decide what to do. So I don't know. I mean, it's fun to have those skins in competitive, right? But then again, objectively, it gives away their position.
I would certainly agree. I mean, if it's not the looks of it, then you could just say some of the roaring engines would have just given it off anyway. So some aesthetics don't really hurt too much from time to time. Plus, if you're good enough, I guess you will always win the trade. So speaking of which, D-Xavier now are forming up against CD Alliance just by the corner of the wall. Stay team! Just by the creases as it will be backed out by Levi's, clearing out the vicinity. Still understanding that there's more members to go, so O'Leal comes in as a backup.
And finally, we've seen this fight end right now with Blue on top of them. D-Xavier and Nate just across Paragon will be knocked down. Only Nate left, the final player for D-Xavier. Up against him is going to be Adeluke, the main fragger for CelcomDigi Alliance. Adeluke lofts a nade across, and Nate takes a lot of damage. I wonder if he's able to heal up in time. He is able to heal up in time and counter back onto Adeluke.
Wow, perfect timing. The moment that he actually heals up, he just goes ahead to really unleash the shells coming from his shotgun. Now, Jimmy OP versus Nate T. I believe he should be able to get that revive up against Paragon as he comes back up. But Kasim's so far away, so Jimmy OP, it's going to be a little bit of a stretch, but we've seen some big clutches coming from this man before, from yesterday's 1 versus 2. Can he now pull up against the rest of the X?
And he's going for it. Okay, he does have 28 bandages and 2 first aids, so he can still tank out stage 2 and maybe stage 3. But then again, let's not forget the circle is kind of far, 2.8 thousand meters away. So I don't know if he wants to continue this on or maybe just bail this one.
Doesn't seem like he has the vehicles to actually bail out just this form of moment. So if he could find any form of first aids to buy a little bit more time, who knows if they could still form up the exchange up against ZX. But for the time being, if they want to look for those vehicles, they have to start moving on the outskirts. And for now, we'll move over on the side of Champions Esports, sending out these members all. So that's going to be Boom Esports slowly losing members against the rest of Champions.
Champions scores their first elimination this round, taken by Urkas. So far, a good position by them. I do really like teams who are able to play the high ground inside of Miramar. Especially when the circle favors it. Okay, speaking about the circle, we're going to see the next phase of the circle. Champions Esports, they are currently on the southern side. El Pozo is the center of attention now, and it will continue to be the center of attention with the circle.
Oh, this is going to be a very interesting urban warfare, and it also covers the top portion of the corners of Crater. So, look at this moment. There's plenty of teams on the outskirts barely making it in. FaZe Clan from the north still tanking out the blue, while Claw Slayer is going to take first dips. While VOIN Donkey have heard a little bit of the roaring engines, and they will trail right behind Champions Esports. VOIN Donkey now setting up a little bit of that trail, led by their current leader at the moment, Zeta.
Yeah, they will have an easy entry into the circle, maybe even going straight. Oh, but hang on. Oh, Champions Esports by the side deals a lot of damage to Razak, forcing Razak to stop and heal. Okay, Razak, can he actually get out of this sticky situation while Balja keeps an eye on him? Okay, Razak heals up, but he decided to not use his vehicle anymore. Maybe the vehicle is punctured. Perhaps we'll get a good view later on.
Yeah, now they're also looking right in. So he's walking on foot, so he's going to be absolutely a sitting duck. Not too sure where exactly are the rest of VOIN Donkey. They're not trading back just yet. I heard a couple of shots, but that's not really connecting on to Champions Esports instead. So, quick takedown, just what they needed. Just a little bit of a hefty point gain, slowly and steadily. While we take a look at the rest of the pack, D-Savior still tanking the blue zone. The singular member of CD Alliance still by the corner of Los Angeles, trying to make his way out of it. So it has been such a tough struggle for some of these games to even have any more impact heading into the late game.
And speaking about impact, DRS, they start off this round with 3 eliminations already. So they're currently at number 16. But the next contender, Alter Ego, is still in the game with full squad, so they need to continue on to collect those points and ideally eliminate Alter Ego for them to be in the top 16. But so far, based on their position and what we can see on the map, no further challenges for them. And Alter Ego, they're on the other side of the circle anyway, so for them to meet up with each other, it's probably not going to be now.
Definitely will take a while. Meanwhile, look at 4 tribes there, trying to battle for the high ground position, and not too far off is going to be a member of Alter Ego. That's going to be Badru, which we've been assuming whether if it's Rosemary or not. DRS on the far stretch might actually see their position being compromised as well. So Gante, he definitely spot those movements. So I wonder if these form of exchanges will kind of deter either side of the party. While Nylon is going to be the center of it all, we'll see whether if this circle actually moves deeper within the region of El Pozo. It looks like it's going to be on the outskirts instead. So there's just ample space over onto the north as well as the west, so Champions Esports, they can claim it as quickly as they could.
Okay, at least it's not an urban ending. So out in the open, teams will be forced to fight each other, and most importantly, they need to prepare their vehicles to create like barricades if needed, if it goes to shove that, oh, you have to go into the middle of the circle and it's an open space. So vehicles are going to be super important in this match here.
Definitely. It's always been important in Miramar, but at this current standpoint, even more crucial for them to keep their vehicles intact. Because at any given moment, if you were to be late to the scene, you will expect a lot of attention to be drawn when you're just trying to drive by. So does actually find just about enough spacing to just move past. But there is a lurking DRS member right behind those slumps, and that's where Zeros actually had a flip. Very bad timing. Well knocked. Ability to move towards the rest of these two members of DRS, leaving himself vulnerable for an ambush. So that's where Ruthless has to back him up.
Ooh, DRS continues on the fight without the ego, but it's going to be hard for Badru to be picked up. Look at his position all the way up there. And his players could be on the way, but I don't know if they can reach him in time, so he could be eliminated soon.
Yeah, unless he actually drops towards the lower ground and maybe soak enough damage. So these players really have a lot to do at this moment. The rest of VOIN Esports, they found themselves a little bit of that safe region, but they also want to find a deeper area of play because they are stuck within the city of El Pozo at the moment.
Yeah, that's what happens when you get this kind of circle that moves away from the urban area. Everybody who's within it will need to come out. But DRS not in the urban area, but they're trying to find a route into the circle. Here comes Delta, flying car, gets one, but cannot get the second one.
Whoa, that was pretty huge. Catches coming right through with DRS so far, holding it strong. But here comes the rest of Alter Ego closing right into the ones. He barely has any space. And he just wants to ensure that this vehicle still from him, but at the same time, he leaps forward, leaving himself vulnerable to Nylon's long-range ambush.
Beautiful support role by Nylon from afar to ensure that they take this win against the DRS, but they're not out yet though. Gante is still here. The sole hope for DRS, but he chooses to move towards the left side where Thrives Donkey is at. Thrives Donkey does have the high ground advantage, but Gante's shot does connect. Now arriving is another member of Thrives, and they have the numbers, they have the manpower to eliminate him.
Wow, that was explosive. I mean, Alter Ego surviving through it all? That's a pretty absurd to looking at how disruptive it has been coming from the side of DRS, but of course with the position coming from Nylon, they've been able to just set up the perfect pincer while we're looking at Alpha once again moving up against the rest of the members of REINCE. I'm not sure if he's gotten those ideas, but with him just walking past, he's not being punished, and now he does. Ruthless catches me off guard.
Surprise, surprise by Ruthless. Totally didn't expect that. That's where he wanted to overshoot the corner. But now, from afar is going to be Zil putting pressure onto Alter Ego while they're duking it out with Thrives. Alter Ego Badru very, very low. But somehow he still managed to survive. He's knocked from that high ground earlier on. But anyway, there's going to be his second challenge here to fight against Thrives. And looks like Pablo. Wait, is Badru still in this?
Huh. I think he might actually be in this. So if he is, where exactly could he be positioned? Because you got Alva taken out. You've had the rest of them pretty much taking different spots. Now that they're having a bleeding member, it's just going to be one member left for the side of Alter Ego, unfortunately. VOIN Esports, they're on the lower ground. They exited the compounds coming in from El Pozo, and now this is going to be a steep climb up against the rest of REINCE. And take a look at Pepank. He's also drawn pretty closely. So if they manage to expose the location of VOIN Esports, then all of them will be in trouble.
When Refuse gets a Pablo from Alter Ego. REINCE Esports now only 2 players left, Refuse as well as Joel, and they don't have the circle. They have to step out of this compound. And a lot of shots waiting for them, including VOIN Esports. Here comes Claw as well. So many teams in front of them. But they have to make do with the 2 players that they have right now. Or hope for these teams to cancel each other, and then they'll have an opening later on.
True enough. Now, for Thrives, dealing with the situation up against the push coming in from the side of Claw Slayers. One member being pinned down, but they also put their bodies on the line. Wow, that's a huge one as the rest of 4 Tribes, they go on a rampage. That's 10 elimination points secured.
Wow, 4 Thrives on a roll this round. 10 eliminations already and probably more to come. As within the circle, in the middle, we have Champions Esports. But there's also other teams around them. But okay, we'll focus onto the right side of the circle because now it's time for REINCE Esports to move.
REINCE, they have the entire area surrounded. Boom Esports barely getting enough of that space, but they could still squeeze past, I do believe, by playing on that lower ground to just get a foot into the zone. That's just about as good enough, but for Vexy, now dealing with the rest of Team Secret. Team Secret weakened only to 1 though, so Vexy should be able to pin him down, and he just moves right past these members, so VOIN Donkey, they should be able to eventually wear him down, so it's really down to GK. How much can he acquire in this fight?
There's only GK left right now. Up against VOIN Donkey. Oh, door opens. GK, surprise, surprise! With SLK. Don't forget to check your corner.
Wow. That's surprise. I mean, the same form of punishment towards Alva. All these players, when they are in this high adrenaline mode, sometimes they got to ensure that you just look around, care for some of these footsteps, but we can definitely understand why, because it's been so rowdy throughout this ride. 4 Tribes, they at least have a little bit of that safety net into the corners of the church, but how long more can the rest of REINCE Esports hold there just by the corner of the map? I believe this to be closing into the center, and that is going to be Kasim still sneakily hiding in between members of Champions, and they're still Alter Ego having a member somewhere in the open.
Vexy with his AUG. Now Team Secret, they managed to pick up all their teammates. It's going to be a 1v2. But Vexy is not really pushing it. He does not have the information. Now he's turning his back. Team Secret, they're not interested to counter onto him since they need to reset as well. So Vexy counting his lucky stars. It's okay for now. A second time around by GK. GK almost getting Vexy. 10% of health left. In front of Vexy is going to be Boom Esports. So Vexy has to be extra careful now.
Yeah, he's falling so low. He's got to heal up the nades. Now being tossed in from the side of Secret. He's got to quickly reposition, else he'll be clipped. But it seems like it's just going to be a couple of smokes going down for him to just be able to trail right through. Naki just knock on their door. Well, 4 Tribes holding the rest of REINCE hostage. Zyle could not afford to actually climb up. No space for him to do so, so they're just trying to hurl grenades as an exchange. But there we go. This is going to be some hefty jump for him to actually secure it. Well, trying to get actually this mark, but not any longer. 4 Tribes pinning him out.
Number 7, 2 elimination points for 4 Thrives. 3 points collected by them. Now we're going to look at Champions Esports, who's kind of comfortable in the middle of the circle. So far, so good. Retaining all 4 of their players with 5 elimination points. Champions Esports, this team, and what I noticed is that they are always pretty consistent, though they have not scored the chicken dinner, but you always see them do well.
Yeah, true enough, and 4 Tribes, especially in Miramar, they're just maestros of this map, and you know, I guess that we kind of let them slip past our radar when it comes down to predictions, but currently in the driver's seat with 3 members strong, we'll be able to actually form up even a challenge up against Champions Esports later on. Big damage over onto Yummy. Jinky flags him, and there's just no space for Boom Esports to work with.
That is Boom Esports out with a decent amount of points this round. Now down to the top 4 teams. Champions Esports, the only team with a full squad. They stand a good chance of getting this chicken dinner.
They actually do. Champions Esports, they just got to play this to perfection. They spot out the rest of Team Secret, now rotating over onto that bus. But where exactly can they go from here on? Just playing on the very far south, while Champions, they are taking the entirety of the center of their fold. So by right, if they just have all the vision in control, they should be able to close out this game.
Looking at Team Secret now. Kazus holding his trigger. While we can see 4 Thrives on the other side, still within the circle, but we have stage 7 coming soon. And 4 Thrives, so far so good with a high ground advantage, but there's a likelihood that the circle will move away. That's when 4 Thrives will need to prepare to get down. And when it comes to going down, there's a lot of open space.
There's just so much area for them to still wiggle around, but once they climb out, they're just susceptible with a lot of all these areas that's pretty much out there in the open. Azus hiding by the corner. What Thrives can do is to take those vehicles, form up a dive to get into the zone, and maybe if there's going to be some help coming from FaZe Clan or even Team Secret, then there will be a little bit more wiggle spot for Thrives to be able to go in for a wider wraparound. But Team Secret, I don't think they could actually move too far off because their vehicle's pretty much blown up at this point in time. Champions Esports, they're just playing this slow, steady game in order to secure it.
At Champions Esports, they have control of the circle. They have like 3 players in the middle of it. And then they have KaZuS here just holding down Team Secret. And Team Secret will now be pressured by the blue. The blue is coming in. As for Thrives, well, they're also putting pressure on the Team Secret. Oh man, I don't know how Team Secret is going to survive this one, but they will try still.
Yeah, they're just wrapping very far and wide, moving deeper into the next dip, but it is going to be a very risky task. Thankfully, Naki has to go in for a reload, so it does buy them a little bit more space. You know what? They're not wasting any more time. They want to rush right through, and right now, this could be a perfect timing for Champions Esports to take on both of them at the same time.
Here comes KaZuS. Putting more pressure on the Thrives now. While Thrives trying to deal with Team Secret. Team Secret GK. Yes, the knock on the Noki. But KaZuS stole away that point for the hands of Team Secret. Here comes Champions Esports. They want to be the wrap-up crew. Champions Esports scoring point after point after point. Now they have 9 points. And they're looking to take out the final player of FaZe Clan. Where were you all this while?
Yeah, FaZe Clan, they're hiding over onto the north point, so they thought that, hey, it must just be somebody hiding over onto south. Nope, he's just got no clue where Shopper is. So 1 versus 4, it is going to be a really tough task. So for Thrives, I think that the reason why they rush it is because they think that, hey, we're only going to settle for second. We just need to take out Team Secret. But nobody knew that FaZe Clan still had a member hiding somewhere in between, so could I call that a botch call? Maybe, but of course, it is to none of their fault at the very least. So now the rest of the members of Champions Esports have moved around this warehouse. There could only be one place that he's hiding.
Okay. They know now. Now it's up to Shopper if he can pull off a clutch. AUG, not the best weapon to clutch. But if he can get an early knock, maybe. Okay, KaZuS will receive damage from Shopper. KaZuS now gets out of his vehicle. It's going to be a 1v1 between KaZuS and Shopper. Champions Esports scores their chicken dinner.
Finally, we're getting a big win here coming in from the team that hails from Mongolia. Of course, beautiful work as they've been able to secure the entire region for themselves. So great work coming in from Champions Esports, backing a big, massive chicken dinner.
And I believe this is their first chicken dinner as well. A team that looks promising. Even though in one of those rounds that they did not score a chicken dinner, but they still look like they're able to push it through. And now they're coming in with their chicken dinner. This is a signal to all the other teams that, hey, you know what? You might not have seen us in the professional scene in the global stage, but we are here to stay. And stay they will be with 10 eliminations.
Yeah, very, very clean take. And KaZuS was in such a great spot while he might be left susceptible for some pressure coming from Thrives initially because they were on top of the hill. But because of him being over on the foothill, he gets to really put himself in the position where he's clipping onto multiple teams at the same time, knocking off members of the side of Team Secret and even more to go. So great work, as we've also seen the rest of the pack to be able to follow suit. Member that I've always kept track on for C1 is Balja, because he's always been the rock, the steady member out of the team of Champions Esports to be able to make the right calls for the team.
And look at the heals, right? Kino only has 1 heal. How do you heal 1?
Well, I guess you got scratched and you were just boosting up. Yeah, instead of using the bandage, and it's like, okay, that's just about good enough for me to sustain for the rest of the fight. So just a slight scratch throughout the fight. Pretty impressive still.
Yeah, I guess that's the best way to put it, right? Like, it's a booster. because maybe at the time it's like, oh, I got nothing else to do. I might as well boost that one heal. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. So you got that one. You don't always get to see that kind of number. But we also will be seeing for Thrives, FaZe Clan, and VOIN Esports as part of the teams to watch here. VOIN Esports, again, the team that was on page number 3 the last time we saw them, looking to climb back up to at least page number 2. We'll check out the overalls later on, because right now we will compare Kazus and Falak.
Well, very strong stats as we're looking at all these big numbers out there. And with 4 elimination points and 697, you could assume that some of all these points have been stolen away from this member. But Kazus, though, he was in that prime position, so to speak, that I've talked about. And with 50% of contribution, that is definitely a staggering number that we've seen coming from the member of Champions Esports, but it is actually Naki to be the MVP of this round.
Wow, representing 4 Thrives, 7 eliminations, 932 damage. But what matters at the end of the day is those eliminations that he can bring to the team. And 4 Thrives, they have been having a very busy round, especially on the right side of the circle. There were so many teams there that they needed to manage. So it's great to see them still able to bring in the elimination points. Besides Naki, Kazus with 5 eliminations, and then we have Falak with 4, and then we have Redface. Okay, it's been a while since we last saw him on one of the top performer charts, coming with 3 eliminations and 100% team contribution. Everything is on him.
Yeah, I really do like the Claus jersey as well. Finally getting to see his smiley face onto the radar, because most of the time, Redface have always put on that poker face instead. But when we add all the points together, there's only 2 teams that has been the biggest benefactor in this round, other than the winning team C1. 4 Tribes so far has got those crazy numbers on elimination points where they're just really on the hunt, securing those 19 points altogether. Meanwhile, everybody's got themselves active in this map. Only one team did not manage to get much in return. So pretty standard stuff, but this round we see the problematic ride for the teams is that they got to just move into that far western position that they don't exactly get to really utilize whatever throwables, which is why we're looking at a very low record for those numbers of utils being drawn out.
Wow, check out Champions Esports. After this chicken dinner, they boost themselves up by 7 placement, now at number 6. Interesting. Okay. If you are in page number 1, you are generally comfortable here in the top 16. The one that we should be slightly worried is whoever was on page number 2. Although we still have a lot more games to go, and it's a marathon at the end of the day. Let's not forget about 4 Thrives as well, going up 4 notches to share the same amount of points as Champions Esports. So doing well so far, but a lot of movements on page 2.
Yeah, and with some of all these teams who are not involved in this matchup, you can see drastic dip because of these huge bounce back performances coming from 4 Tribes as well as C1. So Alter Ego once again got themselves in the risky position as they're positioning over onto 16th spot. Despite them being part of this matchup, they didn't manage to take too much. Only 4 points in this run. So we'll have to see the rest of the Indonesians, what more can they actually offer moving into the next match. VOIN Esports still at least moving up the charts, but Claw, they're still far from where they need to be at 22. Though that they've been on a slump, same can be said about Blue Squad overall. AST, I think they still have a very decent chance. They just got to ensure that they did not falter very early moving into our final 2 matches of the day.
And to be fair for Trap Aeromacy, they did not play the previous round. So their last 2 games, surely they'll be playing. So they'll be looking to come back up to page number 2 at least. It's not nice to see your name on page 3. So we can expect something to come out of Trap Aeromacy and also the other teams on page number 3 as well. But before we head on to the following match, as usual, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break. So do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys after this one.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. As that was a very short break, as we are eager to bring you even more action. There's only 2 more maps to go for tonight, so make sure you guys be pretty much fixated on the screen. Once again, it's Sir Cloud as well as Contra to bring you all the action.
And it's also the last game for Group A as well for tonight, before we roll over to Group B and C after this match. So Group A, they put in the performance if they want to make their logo nice and shiny in the top 16 at least. And just to get you guys up to speed, HORAA Esports scored the first chicken dinner, followed by Vampire Esports, and then FaZe Clan, a double for Thailand. And then we have Champions Esports scoring their first chicken dinner in the Miramar match.
Yeah, and we're still waiting for REINCE to really thrive once more, while the rest of the Indonesian teams are kind of having a little bit of a decent performance, but not quite there yet just to secure themselves a chicken dinner on the board. So this Erangel run is going to be very important for HORAA Esports, and even more so for the rest of the teams, hoping to find a better position in the standings.
Yeah, so the day has gone by pretty fast. After today, we only have like a handful of games left. So teams, especially on page number 3, will need to start thinking of like, what kind of amount of points should they aim for? A versus C will be coming up next, people. B will be taking a break. So, AC, what's your pick?
Well, let's actually have a look. I mean, moving into this group, I would think that, hey, this could be a very strong chance for him for esports, so I'm going to go for it.
Okay, HORAA Esports. Oh man, I want to give a bit of hope to teams on page number 3. So let's bring on Toda then.
Ooh, very strong choice. I mean, they haven't had the craziest run, but back in the overalls, I believe he called for Toda. So
yeah, Toda. Yeah, let's lock Toda in. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, want to give them a bit of hope.
Okay. Look at the recent run that they had back in Erangel. I think they did manage to secure a top 5. So I think it was a very decent call that, hey, if they could improve, especially keeping more players alive towards the late game, then maybe, just maybe, Toda can actually make it out.
Ooh, and production is going for the team that just scored the chicken dinner, aiming for them to get the double, bringing their momentum to this round. Interesting, all right? And, well, I mean, Champions Esports has always been this team that, even we talked about it, they have always been showing promise. It's just that they have not scored the chicken dinner until the previous round. So to pick Champions Esports, I would say that this is a good pick, a good chance pick as well.
Yeah, perhaps that's going to be a great momentum that they've been able to build throughout that past game. Especially you saw how great of a control that they had over on the region. If they were to actually play high ground terrains with a similar setup, I definitely do think that there's a strong chance that it could be C1. But if there's another Mongolian team that I'm absolutely rooting for, other than my current vote for HORAA Esports, is that REINCE, you saw they were fighting tooth and nail to actually get by, and for Thrives, that's one team that has been able to really push themselves to the limit on that last game, securing 19 points even despite not having the chicken dinner.
Yeah, no chicken dinner, no problem for them, right, to bring those points in. At the end of the day, it's all about points collected, so if they can gain those by elimination points, I mean, that's good enough, right? So why not? Why not then? But it's all about maintaining a level of consistency. And for Thrives, so far, I believe that they should be okay. They're not doing too bad. I'll be looking forward to see, because we are heading on to our second half of our playoff starting tomorrow, right? So tomorrow we'll start to predict like which teams might make it and which teams might not.
Yeah, and I think that it definitely is going to be a scary time for all these teams who are finding themselves on that very final page. So your support towards Toda definitely means a whole lot to the Malaysian bunch. So look at the rest of the field as well. Both esports at least have been able to at least see some appearances over on to the second page. Alter Ego is also moving up the charts, having decent maintenance. So I think if there's any worries for Indonesian teams, I think Blue Squad is the one that is currently not achieving too much because of all these early game shenanigans. They keep switching drop spots. They keep meeting up teams that they're not supposed to fight from minute one, and that has hurt them a lot.
Oh yeah, you're right. Especially the one with eArena in Erangel. So
Twice.
something for them to consider in the coming days because the win rate doesn't really favor them. But if they're thinking this as a scrim and maybe their objective is whatever the result is, then feel free, sure, like try to claw back your win rate against eArena. But now we're coming into Erangel. This is going to be the final Erangel for today as well. Let's head on to it.
Final Erangel match, like you said, Sir Cloud, and of course, whoever favors this map a whole lot more will need to put their best level performance moving into this matchup. Now, we'll quickly have a glimpse with the flight path coming from Synopscom military base. So, definitely a lot for them to consider moving across the map, but over onto the western portion of the field, it will be a little bit stretched, so it could be a little worrying sign that we might actually see alternative spots, which also calls for early fights.
And nobody's really dropping into military base. Interesting. Okay, 4 Thrives dropped there, but they could be going to Primos or Ferry Pier maybe, since it's kind of close by. Military base will be totally vacant. Okay, interesting. So this is the best time for if the circle goes to military base because nobody's there.
And I'm thinking that only in scenarios where the circle does appear over on that stretch, then they should basically consider that. Else, I don't think that there's any good reason that these teams would actually put themselves into such a spot when you've actually gotten from access from the flight path onwards. So definitely an interesting call. And that's also because some of all these usual players are not currently inbound. So that being said, there will be a little bit of that fight, perhaps, that we're going to be getting around that Georgia Pool area.
We're going to get an okay circle, which is towards the right side, where shelter, prison is at. So it's going to be a regular circle. Lots of space for the teams to play with. But a lot of teams actually dropping on the left side, including South Georgia Pool. I'm foreseeing a fight there.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping to actually get as well. Speaking of which, shots now being fired over onto Tribe Aeromacy with the rest of Federales. Now, marching up upon these members of the side of Talent Esports as the Indonesians go toe-to-toe.
And here is BTR, still with a little bit of advantage. But Federales is alone here. Okay, he needs backup. Razy from afar providing extra support to knock down a member of Talent. Now Federales will be traded back instead. There's going to be a 3v3, but Talent, they can still pick up their teammate to reset as a 4. Based on the minmap, you can see BTR is charging in.
Oh, it's just the relentless side that we're looking at from the side of BTR. What can YBF do? He does actually have Axel supplementing the traits, and it is going to be Axel to actually take out Foxy. Quickly as we go, now Satar has to find an avenue with them going 2 versus 2 at this moment. A little bit of far backing coming in from a member of BTR as we're getting a slight glimpse over onto what's happening over onto the other side of the field. A lot of exchanges coming into this early game, but it is still kind of like a 50-50. Talent does land a nade onto Satar.
Oh, but from the back, Satar knocked out by Ayo with a VSS. Okay, you don't always get to see that, but it just happened. With that, Talent has the advantage against BTR. And BTR, they know that they're not able to save Satar. Looks like they want to leave this one to Talent.
Yep, they have plenty of avenues to just slowly take this fight. Meanwhile, Superman holding down the line up against the rest of Tribe Aeromacy is going to be a very straightforward one, but since he has the M249, you just quickly unload the clip while the pressure is still on. YBF will finally get the avenue to secure the fallen member of BTR. I would say BTR today has looked a little bit sloppy, not gonna lie.
Yeah, wasn't the best of start for BTR. Something for them to reflect on, although they are still okay in the top 16. But for the Vikings, here we go in a lockdown with Trap Aeromacy. Just waiting for who's going to make the first move here. Trap Aeromacy, they're on the outer side, while Vikings is on the inner side of the building. A Molly will be sent up to the second floor where Superman is at. But that will not be in the best of position to flush out Superman yet, so he can still hold that corner.
Yeah, very tricky spot to be in. Rick just holding them right across. So it is just a tad bit difficult for them to even move off the space. So Superman has got not much of a choice available. The rest of AST is just holding them hostage.
Now try. Oh wait, is this a crossbow? Okay, I would love to see a crossbow elimination. Not gonna lie. Yeah, we don't always get to see that. And Zio is just trying to be creative here, which I appreciate. If he gets that knock on Superman, it will be a great clip.
Yeah, I love that they've updated the crossbow to be a little bit more explosive as well. So it is definitely a very cheeky tack that they're going after. We get the rest of Tribe Aeromacy. They are just slowly handling this current scenario where they don't really want to overcommit with a certain push. So that said, MVKE, two members, what kind of damage to do? They really open up fire, but they allowed a few seconds for the member of AST to pass. So one missed opportunity. Meanwhile, Ayop finds another catch onto BTR.
Number 16, one elimination for BTR. Oh well, we still get to see them in the following round. Anyway, now the fight continues on between Vikings and Tribe Aeromacy. Zio takes down Tins, and you're going for the pan! Oh, pan elimination!
Wow, I guess like that's all that they can actually succumb to. There's only so little left for the rest of those players to play out. Well, on the hospital grounds, it's gonna be eArena that does actually hurt some of all the ruckus happening over onto the lower ground of Georgia Pole. So Stickley wants to stick his nose up over onto this area, but not really finding much in return thus far. That AUG not really having anything to actually pin out. So AST, they're just gonna be held back for the slightest bit. Not really a fan of where Blue's currently positioned, because you can see that there's another two members onto the container areas instead. So AST, they can just pass them by, get into the lower end of this South George, and find a vehicle to get out of here.
Yeah, with GLU squad currently at last place, they are looking to take any points that they can, including from Tribe Aeromacy. The Tribe Aeromacy, they're not leaving South Jokopu yet, while the Blue is on top of them. On the elimination feed, we see that one player of RRQ knocked down by Team Secret, and here we go, Team Secret.
Secret now moving by as they are trying to form up an ambush onto the lurker inside of the compound. It's gonna be Salomon as he spots out Typhoon. Great nade being tossed right there. I believe that to be sudden damage to be done, but holding out for himself. It's gonna be a daunting task. There comes Berdinia as he hops over and instead locks Team Secret in place. Great maneuver coming from Salomon.
Oh, and it's not over yet for him. Though with a shotgun, he wants to go in to finish up the job. Now in the same building as Team Secret. Team Secret, two casualties on the second floor. They're stuck there right now. RRQ, time for them to move on to the second floor. Salomon receiving a decent amount of damage, 50% of health left. RRQ so far, so good, though they have two players knocked, but they're in the building, so they should be able to reset. Here comes GK.
GK, so far, trying to really defend himself after having two members to move down from the side of RRQ, coming up with a flank as well, so he will be able to secure Lapar and places will devour Berdinia. While Typhoon, he comes late into the scene as he was holding on to the lower ledge. Now Team Secret feeling very confident over on the 2 versus 1. Will secure it with Jiki and Typhoon dropping that final shell to pin them out.
And the fight here in South Jokopo is not over yet. Still, Tribe Aeromacy and GLU squad, they really don't want to let go of each other. Okay, 3,000 meters away from the circle. Okay. While GLU squad, they're running a bigger risk because they're at the last place. Still, they want to try to get the Tribe Aeromacy. But at least we can see that KF is starting to make his move. But when will the others follow suit? Because there will be more teams coming into the circle now.
Yeah, I'm not too certain if they could actually make it out alive. But at least KF, he will find a little bit more of that priority of the position so they can actually leave a little bit of a sense of trail for the remaining members if the rest of Glue Squad can actually find themselves a vehicle. Trap Aeromacy kind of lock into the position and they're slowly bleeding out. Stage 2, very tangible for the moment. Well, it's going to be a great catch from Noel. Finally, it pays off with this 1 point intact.
And GOU squad scores their 1 point. Looking for more still. They're still not budging from this area. This is the time where I start to look at where we can start to look at their healing utilities, and they don't seem to have much. Look at this. So no, he only has 2 first aids, which is okay. But if he receives damage, then it won't be enough.
True. And for the meantime, I would say that Glue Squad at least have a fairly defensive stance. Meanwhile, Haidami tries to really hold down the line up against the rest of Untitled Esports now. Forming up inside of the compounds, dropping big nades right across. Lippy's going to be pinned out, so not really the best of runs for the side of HORAA Esports, with 2 members now in a really big predicament as Sleepy gets taken down very early on.
And here we have Talon here. Surrounding them is Alter Ego. Lots of teams now, and this is what we kind of expected, that teams will start to be in the circle, including HORAA Esports now coming up to the high ground, circling around. They know that Alter Ego is here. Sky crashes in. Sky takes a lot of damage. The follow-up needs to... Here they come. Onto HORAA Esports. They're surrounding them at this moment. They want to take over the shelter area right now.
Big nades now being pushed right in. HORAA Esports so far having a very firm defensive hold. Oh, look at the current scenario with a lot of all these teams battling across the mantle fields. That's where the circle is actually ending up, which is why you're looking at the rest of Empires drawing into it close with eArena soaking that grenade. Wow, big drops coming through as the rest of them will be able to at least hold firm with the rest of Team Secret slowly being deterred. And Team Secret, they only were good enough to secure 4 points in this run.
HORAA Esports continue to hold on to their spots. So far, 3 elimination points for HORAA Esports. They're very comfortable in the top 16, obviously being the #1 team right now. But of course, for players like Sky, he wants to chase that top MVP for himself, for the bragging rights. Now with more teams coming by, we have Talent on the screen, looking down on the Vampire Esports, spraying down Tony K. And Tony K is still alright, but he receives a decent amount of damage.
Yeah, Talon can only afford to peek for the slightest beat. Well, YBF looking to reposition right after that because Sky has already spotted him out. There's a good notion that he actually repositions because his vehicle is pretty much exposed. And speaking of which, am I looking at somebody in the vehicle, or did that vehicle just shift by itself? A little spooky from what it seemed to be.
Well, so far they're in control of the situation, so that's fine. Now is what we call the calm before the storm, because we're coming into stage 4 in about 50 more seconds. And HORAA Esports, they are still split out here. Might be soon that they will start to play with each other. Vampire Esports, still looking at HORAA Esports. We can pretty much say that all these teams are already in the circle, and that's why nobody's really pushing each other now.
True enough, ample of room, while they have a little bit of a holding ground for them at the meantime. If they were to reposition, is always going to be risky, especially you don't know how many teams are up in the hill. The last I checked, C1, they were over onto the lumberyard, which they don't really have to reposition. That is going to be one of the best positions. While Talon's moving outside of the blue zone right now, alongside with AST as well as Toda. So these are going to be a little bit difficult for them to actually get past, especially with Glue Squad holding into that position where Talon's currently crashing in. So we're expecting a little bit of fight to be taking place over onto the southwestern corner of the map.
Ooh, this is where it will be interesting, right? The prison area is not going to be an easy spot. Now, Toda going up against Tribe Aeromacy, passing by, Scam moving up down at the same time. Tribe Aeromacy, 2 active players. And Toda eliminated by them. Oh, no, not yet, not yet. Okay, I was looking over at who's left for Tora. So 9 is still alive for Tora, so that's fine.
Yeah, meanwhile, Venom is being knocked over onto the blue in a way to rescue his teammate, but instead, he opts to ditch him behind. I thought that there's just about enough time for them to actually get the revive done, still have a little bit of time for him to even put him into the vehicle if he wants to reposition, but Sem9 tries to move across in order to gatekeep the rest of eArena. They manage to heal up. Joker's still on his knees though, so that bomb will secure it for Traxi.
When here's Traxi with the nade across. 2014 knocked down by Sem9. And Sem9 with that knock, now it's time for them to get into the circle. But now we shift over to HORAA Esports and Vampire Esports. They have been having at each other for the longest time, even since before. But now without the circle, both these teams will need to make a decision. Are you going to push or are you just going to rotate away?
I think that rotation is definitely imminent, where HORAA just needs to ensure that they have a little bit more of that safety net for them to move right past. So those nades, it does actually connect. It seems like eArena is netted. So it's going to be a smooth cruise for the rest of HORAA Esports from here onwards.
And Sem9 coming into the prison area, playing around the high grounds of prison. Traxi shows up. Decent amount of gunfire earlier on, so they were shooting at 4 Thrives around the corner. And 4 Thrives are still by the edge of the circle. But they want to move away from Sem9. They're not interested to take this fight, but Viren is interested though. That's where he will collect this one elimination point.
Running past him while he is trying to also find a little bit of the ground control while he's being spotted out by Falak, I do believe, to be the player that has been able to pin him down. Yuhai is just going to see whether if he's going to be able to go in for the exchange up against 4T. But I think that they're pretty much weirded down to the point where it's a little bit too risky for them to recommit onto these grounds. So Team Secret, they got a bridge elsewhere, so they will have to fall back.
Oh, wow, the mini screen. Vampire Esports executing their plan. Okay, now we have them on the big screen against CelcomDigi Alliance. Tony Kane knocked down the moment he turned his back. And got knocked by Sky from HORAA Esports, not by CelcomDigi Alliance. With that, HORAA Esports domination, securing 5 elimination points so far, looking for more. Supreme now with his nade. In front of him is going to be Mela. And the nade will not connect, but that's still all right. Puts a lot of pressure now onto Vampire.
Yeah, they can't really afford to really rely on that layer of smoke. Look at CelcomDigi Alliance, right?
And Sky wants to finish up the job. Lobs and volley across with Janola just right below him, so he cannot overcommit yet.
Land the killing blow over onto Mela. So, as it stands, Malo doing a very decent job, but speaking of which, Ansons will also be bombarded coming in from Onic Luke. Well, it's just tough luck for the rest of these members of Vampires while they're pretty much full with everything, including kitchen sink. The rest of CelcomDigi Alliance, they did lose one to the rest of these members of HORAA Esports. HORAA so far being so feisty, despite playing on the very corner. They now get to fall back for a little bit. HORAA needing to still get the reset done. So hopefully they will be able to remain in the stream because there's still more fights to be taken over here. What's happened? Esports, they got shut down with the ambush coming from Blue Squad. So far, the best performance moving to Erangel.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. 3 eliminations so far for GLU squad. Could this be their round? But it's still early. We have he's making it 16 so far still in this round. Now, how they look? Got down from the side, left. Jimmy OP, the final player for CelcomDigi Alliance on the outside of the circle, and Sky will spot him out. CelcomDigi Alliance eliminated.
Sky so far looking like the best player in the lobby, and indeed he is. 7 takedowns, so to speak. The one to be able to match him is, I believe, to be Falak right at this moment, coming from the side of 4 Tribes. HORAA Esports clears up that passage from the north. Sem9, like you said, they were hiding inside a prison for a while, and I believe it was some members of EST that have spotted out to be able to clear it off. So we have 2 teams from Nepal, 1 from Pakistan, and of course, not forgetting the Indonesian Blue Squad and Talon. So It is an important round for both Glue as well as Talon in order to move away from that bottom spot into the top 16.
Ooh, super interesting if GLU Squad actually scored this one, since they are the team at the last place. Last we checked, 3 players. It's still doable for them. But let's see what will be the next move by any of these teams. So far, GLU Squad, okay, they're at the southern side. They see Talon in front of them. They need to manage Talon before thinking about the next phase of the circle.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to actually spot them out, but 4 tries so far, being very diligent. They've already gotten just about enough information right across the field. HORAA Esports, I think that they're pretty confident about this one because of how they've been able to create that space from the north. Blue Squad, though, what's going to be their call, because they're just by the edge of the map. This update will definitely move closer to prison grounds, but playing the high ground is going to be pretty much decent for the rest of Blue. All they have to worry of is the rest of Talon playing from the south.
Yeah, it's time for them to move. But like what you said, playing around the high ground is the best bet for GLU Squad. If they want to go inside the prison, they have to make like a big U-turn. It's not ideal for them when it comes to rotating at this final few stages of this round. So they might want to hold on to that southern high ground. But like what you said, they need to deal with Talon. If they can clear off Talon, the high ground southern side of prison will be entirely theirs.
That's true, and look at this lurk coming in from Falak. It's gonna be a drive-by! Oh! Catching him off guard. Aya so swift on his pursuit, so it's gonna be a little bit of a difficult stance for the rest of Fortress in order to recover that member, because we expect Talon to go in for the second round of Crash. So we'll see if this is going to be the case.
And here comes Talon making their move into the circle. Whoever is in front of them, they will try to take out. Stage 6 with the blue closing in. They'll force all these teams to move anyway. GLU Squad still looking at Talon. They're trying to gather as much information as possible. This is a hilly area, so it's not easy. But here comes Talon. They spot on a member of Thrives. Oh, a bit of a bumper car situation there, but still they're able to recover. Taking up Thrives. Now it's going to be Noki, the main target. Talon will win this fight against Thrives.
So strong on the challenge, while Talon Esports, somehow they did manage to survive the whole ordeal. But here comes Glue as they drive by. They match the spot out. Noel, he's going to be the only member standing in the way, so he is going to be able to secure at least a top 3 finish for Glue. And now, this could potentially be it. You've mentioned that they have a chance for the chicken dinner. This would be the best shot possible.
Well, let's go, GLU Squad. Will be nice to see a team from page number 3 doing well this round. Maybe this could boost them up to page number 3, or at least close to it. But their challenges are no pushover teams, HORAA Esports and Aeromacy. They can definitely wreak havoc towards GLU Squad, and here comes GLU Squad in the circle. Haidami is keeping an eye on to GLU Squad as they enter it.
Yeah, very, very elusive stance coming in from the rest of HORAA Esports, hiding by all these rocks. So none of these members of GLU has any clue at all. Well, AST, well, last we checked, the member is kind of stuck inside of prison. Well, I'm not too sure what kind of crimes he committed to be there, but he's at least holding out. Nobody's going to be able to contest him for the moment. But you did mention about that one entry point. If he wants to still make a deeper run, then he has to exit out of that prison.
Yeah, the crime of still being alive in the eyes of HORAA Esports and GLU Squad. So let's see if the circle is still kind of favoring, or will it be a hardship onto the high ground. HORAA Esports, KF right in front of him. And GLU Squad, they're finding it hard to gather information. I can totally understand that because of how difficult the terrain is on this area. Haidami is pretty much doing the same as well. Now we have the circle. It still has prison in it.
Yeah, and that actually leaves a little bit more room for the member of AST, while it's going to be HORAA to duke it all out up against GLU. Haidami attracted a lot of attention because he wants all that attention to be drawn towards the well, but the nades are looking good. KF shuts him down.
Ooh, can KF actually do this one? Stickley is supporting him from behind. KF going in to secure that elimination point onto Haidami. HORAA Esports out eliminated number 3. GLU Squad, they can reset as a trio. Now it's a matter of what will happen to Ring.
Well, it's only time to find out. He's just hiding right underneath, and Stickly kind of has a hunch that there's somebody hiding right down below, but how are you supposed to clear those angles? I mean, it's all about buying time, and let's be honest here, it might just be better off that Rake just steps out of the zone and just deny that point away from Blue. But, you know, out of the spirit of sportsmanship, we'll see. Maybe GLU might just take a deep nosedive to eventually look for Rake. But Rake, he's just staring upon these two walls and is like, yep, is it safe out there? I have no clue, but I'm going to buy as much time as possible.
Yeah, if only he knows that he's actually the last man. Rick, you're the last dude. Unless you find a way to beat GLU squad, then well, I also kind of doubt that the circle will favor Rick after this. It could go to the high ground. If it goes like dead center, then there should be enough space for it to be on the high ground. So Rick, this is definitely going to be his last run.
Yeah, he's just gonna form a little bit of annoyance to Blue Squad. Well, they're just checking every single corner, and they know that it must be somewhere within these couple of compounds, right underneath prison. So it's all about all the waiting game. So let's just see. Imagine if GLU gets baited and send all their members right down below, then it will be super unfortunate to see them drop out, but very likely it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, they don't seem to be in a hurry. So the circle, yeah, looks like Rick is on the outside. I mean, dude, Rick! Namaste, Rick. This is casters to Rick. You are the only one left. It's more of like stalling for time right now, Rick. It won't change too much unless somehow you can pull off a clutch. But with this circle, it's so difficult. So Rick, might as well come out and try.
I think he's about to do it. So he's already exiting those corners. The blue zone's already closing in. So it's only down to KF right now. He's got a hunch. So where else could he potentially form up against these members of GLU? And you can hear they're losing patience. Shots now being fired randomly. And they're sending the well right down below. So definitely no way out, but if Rick could actually put this damage down being done, they couldn't really get the angles against Rick.
And Rick trying to find that angle against KF. This is surely going to be his last attempt. I mean, 40 more seconds before the zone is on top of him, and we're talking about stage 8 zone. He will not be able to tank this one out. And they essentially drop down to finish off Rick. Okay, they don't want to let this point go and allow Rick to deny away the point, which is totally understandable because GLU squad, they need the point. But Rick will not go wrong without a fight. Okay, he sees one.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Perfect angles, clipping over onto the well now. It's only down to the two other members as he's trying to see if he can actually secure the point. Now he will try to trade once again, but KF secures it for Blue Squad for the very first time, getting Indonesia on the board with a chicken dinner for DAY-3.
So important of a chicken dinner for GLU squad as they are number 24, the last place. But with this chicken dinner, surely it will propel them. Now, to how far, how close to the top 16, we need to wait and see, ladies and gentlemen. But GLU squad finally showing up. And I wonder how many eliminations did they get in this round. They were really active. They show out a lot in our game, including the very early fight with Aeromacy at the South Jogo pool.
Yeah, the moment that you see that eArena is not participating in this matchup, they have so much more free reign and control. So after settling with those early game commotion, now you get to see the full potential coming out of GLU.
Well, how many points here? Okay, 8 eliminations. So that's 18 points for GLU squad. At this point, if you're a GLU squad, you would take anything. So with the chicken dinner, of course, you would take that with 18 points. I don't know if they will propel them to top 16, but at least they should be at the borderline. Now, on top of that, damage output perhaps has me. He got eliminated fairly early, so his damage output is only 40. But this is also another prime example of like a team that has 3 players. They're still able to get the chicken dinner.
Yeah, I would still say it's solid work being churned out, especially KF as well as Noel, how impactful that they have been in this matchup. So hoping to actually see more of these kind of run coming in from the side of GLU squad, as they are definitely on a decent roll. Well, I'm also trying to figure out as to whether it's a new update to the name to be called GLUBLUG. Is that the case? I don't. It sounded a little off, so I'll just stick to Blue Squad.
Yeah, I think we'll stick to GLU squad as well. So, yep, it sounds a bit better. But what else is better is that these are the teams to watch. HORAA Esports is up here. Aeromacy represented by Rick towards the end. Also, one of the teams to watch, and Talon coming up here as our teams to watch as well. And among all these teams, if we were to look at the full squad time, besides GLU squad of 24 minutes, everyone else is like 17, 15, 16, which is pretty low, but they're still able to survive to the end.
Yeah, I would definitely say that it's been a tough tussle when it comes down to holding on to some of the positions over on the hillside. C1, we've definitely seen a little bit of damage to be done coming in from the top end of the hill. They were there the earliest, despite, look at the other sort of team like Vampire Esports, who's been going up against HORAA Esports, and even CD Alliance got clipped in return. So other than Blue Squad really being the shining beacon of hope for the chicken dinner, which they did, I think HORAA was in a really strong run because they got so much of all these elimination points back in favor of Sky. So he's definitely going to be one of the MVPs of the match.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Even though they didn't score the chicken dinner, but they still had a good run, and they were very active. I believe they did score a decent amount of eliminations, and that's why they are our top two teams to watch. As our top two teams to watch in this round, GLU squad, Aeromacy compared with each other. Interesting enough, Aeromacy 1,306 damage, even though they were in prison, but they probably fought their way through, and that's why. But this guy fought for HORAA Esports. Sky
7, scoring so low on the list.
Yeah, I wonder how that will affect their overalls, especially for Alter Ego, right? So that's something that we will be checking out later on. BTR, to the best of my memory, they were on page 1 last we checked. So even if they only managed to score 1 point this time.
Round, meaning to say, page 2, page 3, we're seeing some big climbs.
Yeah, I'm interested to see where GLU squad is at. Okay, not in page 2 yet. In fact, page 2, like what you said, lots of changes here. Aeromacy with a decent round. Number 13 going up 6 notches. And Talon going up 4 notches as well at number 10. So putting them in an okay position for now. Alter Ego at the borderline, number 16. Now, this is going to be the question, right? GLU squad with the chicken dinner, how close are they with page 2?
I'm thinking that it's still somewhere in the middle of the pack because they didn't really have that big of a scoreline. There are still certain teams who are around the 40 point margin. So that said, you're looking at only 2 positions to be climbed, but at least they're within the 40 point ratio. So the climb is definitely possible for the rest of GLU, but it's still going to be pretty steep because DX is just on that gatekeeping role on 17th spot.
Yeah, and DX, DRS, VOIN Esports, they didn't play the previous round, and they'll be back in the following round to challenge a GLU squad. But then again, GLU squad, they are part of Group A, so they are done for today. We'll see what happens tomorrow for GLU squad, ladies and gentlemen. For now, before we head on to our last game for today, we'll take a short break, so do not go anywhere. See you guys after this one. Last game for today in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 10. And your boys are here still with you. My name is CelcomDigi together with Contra. And the rise of teams from page 3 continues on.
That's right, and we're looking forward to see who's going to snatch away the final chicken dinner of the night moving into this Miramar run. So that being said, we're already seeing certain teams to be taking a break already for tonight. Thank you so much for all your effort for participating. But of course, if you guys are just tuning in right now and thinking, "Ah, man, it's only the last game," don't worry. Tomorrow we'll bring another 6 matches here throughout the entirety of the playoffs. So as we look into the list of winners, we are looking at pretty much very differing names that's been able to score the chicken dinners for today.
Yeah, so that's what makes it fun, right? Also more difficult for us to make the prediction. Since we have to predict again, of course, focusing on the Group B and C. Back to the drawing board it is, Contra. I don't know about that, but let's put on DRS for me.
Okay.
W soldiers.
The real soldiers. Okay, I'm gonna be moving from my usual picks this time around. I think that VOIN Esports, they have shown promising signs, so I want to see VOIN Esports come up huge this time.
Hey, there you go, locking it in. And let's see production. They are one of the teams on page 3 as well, just to point out, VOIN Esports and also DRS. So this is where we start to see like maybe the rise of teams on page 3, including 2 of our predictions. Let's see if production wants to go for a page 3 team. They're going to play safe. Okay, BTR.
Well, to be fair, BTR is currently on page 2, so it's a little bit of a climb for them, just to ensure that they are safe for now. BTR, I'm just hoping to see them, pop off like how they used to do with Federales, really cutting players down. So this ferocious team hasn't been hitting up to the mark just yet. They're just doing slight maintenance. That sees them doing just about enough to qualify. But if they were to have any slump, I'm kind of concerned for them. So I would definitely say VOIN Esports, they're kind of on the same notion, but from looking at their coaches and as well as the rest of their staff actually being involved, I'm just becoming more of a fan of how they've been able to at least show us something special, especially now. It is going to be dire with them moving into the halfway mark of the tournament here in the playoffs.
Well, let's see if they'll be able to make you a bigger fan after this round as we head on to it. Miramar, our final match for today. This is match number 18 of our day 3, entirely of our playoffs, that is. So tomorrow we'll be starting the second half with 3 more days to go, and that's going to be the final sprint for these teams to gain those points to be in the top 16. But focusing on to this, down south, just below Los Leones, so it's a pretty nice flight path as a start.
Fair enough, and we're looking at Osceolas again with MVKE moving directly into the city.
Ooh, Dora in the fight. Okay, that's all the way up north. It could be with FaZe Clan. But also keep your eye on the power grid again. BTR and Thrives Esports dropping into the same area. Yeah, FaZe Clan is here. They got the first knockout of Tora. And it's going to be Red Bull. Well, he's not in a hurry. No other players of Tora is here. So he can take his time, use his opponent as a somewhat of a bait before eventually securing that point.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good call coming from Red Bull with his vast experience playing through multiple regions from the PMCL to the PMSL, and just onwards and upwards for this player who's just joined FaZe Clan pretty recently. So as it seems like a long wait, I believe that Dodak will not be sending more players to call in the cavalry. So this is just going to be an easy losing phase for the rest of FaZe Clan.
Yeah, surely first blood now. Don't see any of the other Total members actually coming by. But I'm also curious what's happening inside of Power Grid, because during the early drop, again, BTR and Trapper Messi. And this is the second time that they both drop inside Power Grid, and we don't see any first fight. So perhaps they have found a way to kind of like work it out. But I spoke too soon. There you go.
Yeah, the moment you mentioned, that's where we've unveiled that the first blood instead is taken by Trix rather than Red Bull, because he's in no rush for that. He's also not chasing titles for it. So he's definitely just going to let that one slide. While AST always have all these amazing ideas on how they actually fight against BTR. So one member caught out. And what exactly will be the response coming from BTR from this point onwards?
Yeah, they tuck at the corner though. And Trix is coming in from behind. Before that, I shall take a moment to loot the spoils of his victory. BTR, okay, as a summary, they still have 3 players, but we only see 2 on screen, so not sure where is the other player. But for Thrives Esports, at least they know that, okay, the 2 players are somewhere by the corner of power grid, and we don't know how much have they looted so far. So if their loots are not that stacked up yet, it's going to be hard for them to fight Thrives Esports.
Definitely, and especially with power grid being so scattered where you just have to walk on those open fields, it's going to put them a little bit more at risk. If you ask me, not really the best sign coming from the side of BTR, but they are sending Razy onto that low ground, securing himself a beautiful coup just to drive over onto the top portion to perhaps save his teammate. So trap Aeromacy, instead, they don't really have those vehicles. They will now have to slowly climb away, so they will just leave BTRB, because now you're playing the mental warfare that BTR, they can't afford to just simply move around the map.
Yeah, because they don't have like a full squad. But Thrives, interestingly, they are not putting in the pressure of finishing up the job with BTR. They choose to leave this on foot. Maybe they realize that, oh, we don't have a vehicle. And we know how important vehicles are in Miramar. So they have to secure that rather than trying to fight BTR. And maybe risk like other teams taking pole position or prime position within the circle. So they leave that for now, which is okay. Anyway, for both teams, BTR and Thrives Esports, they are also very close to each other in the overall charts. 64 points for BTR, Thrives Esports 64 as well. I'm sure they wouldn't mind meeting BTR again in the later stage of the circle so that they can try to overtake them.
True enough. I mean, for now, they just gotta get their party into the zone, because the zone is actually pulling the teams over onto the south region, which you kind of wish to see. Now we get a little glimpse of it, while Tins, I always keep getting the rating wrong, because I always kind of remember that, oh, there was a Trongzin, so it kind of rolls off my tongue a little bit more differently. So that's it. The Savior inside Lost Notice, they don't really have to force any advancements because they're already in the zone. They're happy where they should be.
Wow! Check this circle out. Okay, now we have a good glimpse of how this circle is. It goes all the way down south. This is a circle that we kind of asked for before this. It's like, give us a southern circle. The only thing that I'm hoping for is that for the circle not to go into Lost Wilderness. If not, it will be a standoff, a long standoff that is. But if it goes down all the way south to like the hilly area of Lost Wilderness, great.
That's right, and that's the reason why I would say that a lot of all these teams in Lost Illness, they don't really have to move too much, but if they want to secure some spots over on the southern portion of, you know, the hotels, the resort, or so, there's plenty of opportunities for them to seize at the moment, where we're looking at a lot of all these teams who started off from Nerve to have a very long rotation. FaZe Clan now meets up with the rest of Dodap. It's still to be Gui. Now, further suppressing them through, getting a little bit over onto Nyan, but it will be Pincer instead. Scab now goes for trade. FaZe Clan arriving a little tad too late, and that's going to be a live being claimed onto Gui. Nate's now charged right through. It's only 1 versus 3. And with that detonation, there's just barely any room. And that will be it. Ripple secures it all for FaZe Clan.
They lost Joey in the process, but that's okay. They still scored those 4 points, 4 precious points for FaZe Clan, as they're currently at number 14. They look to sustain their top 16 spot. We shift over to Claws players now, up against ASI8. ASI has 3 players inside, but it's only Red Face managing them.
Yep, Red Face has gotten a lot of all these great tosses as it keeps the rest of all these ASI8 members in check. That smoke is barely any form of covers. I believe that to be a sticky nade over off this purple wall, and it will be a quick maneuver coming from Huzaifa to be able to pin him out.
Chipping from this high ground. Is he able to get a nick off here? He's still around this area though, but it looks like he decides to back off. It's totally understandable. That plan did not work out for Claw earlier on. So they have to leave this area for ASI8.
Just a little bit of a tug of war coming from across the field. So far, doing pretty decently to be able to steer clear away from danger as they were battling up against Claw Slayers. Take a look at how far FaZe Clan is currently at. I mean, after that fight, they will now have to deep dive into the corners of Los Angeles. That's where the circle is actually pulling towards. While RQ got themselves into the heat of the moment, while D-Saber is now taking on the rest of the Vikings at the very same time. So both of these Vietnamese superstar rosters are just going to go for that full brawl. Look at the amount of nades they're all cooking, while Paragin as well as Tins, they're just holding on to those DBS, trying to clear off those corners. Woon, when exactly is he going to arrive to see that nade? Perfect! Coming in from Brick to take them up.
And he broke Paragin there. Now Brick secures that elimination point. Now coming in from the lower ground. Woon T break Tins. Still in the fight with D-Xavier. So far holding the man, eliminated by Genola from Vampire Esports. They start to show themselves. Tony Kane receives a decent amount of damage, down to 10% of health. He has to heal up right now.
Vampire Esports waiting for the right moment to strike. If they see any name appear on the kill feed, that is where they will just march upon them. Miaola just getting a little bit back up. Well, Break, first one to falter while they were just trying to trail by the corner of the staircase. Finding it tough to actually breach right through. AT does have that UFP, putting in just about enough damage. Not enough just yet, but they will be able to at least put on the pressure. Now securing those kills, and he does let it all completely lined up for AT to secure it for D-Xavier.
Wow, how many times today that we have seen Nate become the final player for D-Xavier and always putting up a good show. Beautifully executed by Nate, and now he can pick up his teammate. D-Xavier will return as a trio. But more teams coming into Lost Learners is what we expected with this kind of circle. Vampire Esports, they were monitoring the situation from before, but they're not making the big moves yet. But let's not also forget about some of the other teams that have arrived. I believe on the southern side. Yeah, that's Claw. Claw has arrived as well. So we can expect more teams to come if stage 3 still goes to Lost Learners.
Yep, and indeed it will be closer to the city, it seems, where we are getting the update as of the moment that will definitely include even the southern side of the factory where some of the players have been battling all across. Mello now drops the nade, catches onto Bobo, where Claw members, they will have to find a way to actually stand over onto these grounds. As you can already tell that there are plenty of all these compounds to be claimed, but it is safeguarded by Vampire Esports overall.
And here's Delta from DRS. Say hello to Lost Learners. Managing VOIN Donkey at the same time. We have Potato in this building, sharing the same area as another member of DRS. Delta is on the other side. Door is open. Potato has to move to the other side of the building. Smoke been deployed. Shooting into the smoke. Blind shots by Potato. Not able to get the knock yet. The rest of DRS looking for him. He's healing up. Should be able to heal in time, but the rest of DRS, they have arrived.
Gigante down, just trying to sift past some of these smokes while the rest of DRS will be able to surround Potato. Pick up that grenade. Over on the other corner, he's also getting pictured by DRS, having Delta being in the prime position. That was some clean takes overall from DRS themselves.
Ooh, and DRS looking to make a comeback from page number 3. So far, 2 elimination points collected by them as they enter Lost Learners. And they will cross the road, so they will manage the road fairly early this time. Great move there by DRS, I must say, to secure themselves inside Lost Learners, since there's a big chance that the circle will end in Lost Learners.
Sure enough, Yante and the rest of DRS in such a great position so far. This is one of the entry points if you were to move in from the highway sector, coming in from the mid of the map, while YBF does actually form up an exchange as they have to take down some members coming from the side of 7-9 as 7-9 reaches into the containers instead. That's barely enough cover, so great pickoffs coming in from Nate onto Firen. So Dingus, they're on a roll. So Nate secures himself 3 elimination points.
Now more teams are starting to come in onto Los Lourdes. The Xavier having a decent spot that they can oversee like all these teams. Say hello to 7-9 as well. Jaxi made his move closest to Los Lourdes, anticipating that stage 4 will be here. Wonder where the rest of 7-9 are at. Oh, wait a second. Oh, 7-9 only has Jaxi left, so he's going to play it rather passively now that he managed to make his way into just the outside of Los Lourdes.
Yeah, and it's just getting even more crowded. On the outskirts, there's plenty more teams to be trying to cut right by. I believe that's the talent that's going to be on the outskirts instead. Take a look at Killer YT. He's just making sure that he marks every single location, relaying all that info back to his team. The rest of Vampire Esports as well as ASI8, they are going to be holding The rest of Vampire Esports as well as ASI8, they are going to be holding into the deeper field, so
if they're able to scout out that information, especially for those teams on the outside, then they would definitely pick that right side. But for Talon, now that they have arrived, might as well go for it. And here comes VOIN Esports. All right, coming into Los Lourdes unchallenged on the right.
Yeah, speaking of which, with the rest of them arriving to the scene, that could actually pile a little bit more pressure towards ASI8. That's where they're currently holding closer up against the rest of VOIN Esports. But as we expected with an urban ending, you're not really getting direct fights overall. Even if there's a couple of knocks, you would expect certain revives to be taking shape, unless if they were moving it out into the open with BTR somehow traveling very, very deep into the city, just moving past Federalis. He's got to be a little bit careful from here on because he's reaching closer and closer to ASI8.
And just keeping an eye on the other teams coming in. But since the circle is big enough, as long as they're in the circle, a lot of these teams will have their own spot. But Refus from RE looks like he managed to get one out of the Xavier, and that's a long-range shot, so we can expect that Levi's can be picked up. Not going to be a problem. They're still on the outside anyway.
Yep, taps after taps. Refus just trying to deny any mobility coming out of all these guys. While VOIN Donkey having ways to be able to stop out more and more players. That's beyond to the member of AST. So good notion on them despite being on a duo mission right now. Heard those form of commotion coming from Talent Esports as they got taken out as well by Razak.
VOIN Donkey now in the fight with Talent. And the moment Razak turns his body, immediately he gets that elimination of the Talent. Okay, that was pretty straightforward there. Anyway, with that Talent out, and VOIN Donkey will have that compound for themselves. But on the elimination feed, we do have Razy from BTR. Talking now a member of Vampire Esports. But again, because this is like an urban warfare, for the most part, we'll get to see like these long-range knocks. And for a permanent elimination, we'll probably need to wait.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot more of a slow tempo. 13 teams still remaining as we're already moving to the end of stage 4. REINCE, despite them being planted in the city for quite some time, it doesn't seem like they've been able to manage any form of catches. They're playing a very safe role by taking the southern hills, while the rest of the teams, they are already inbound inside the city. I think it's a good notion coming from REINCE Esports because you don't want to put all your eggs in the basket because you do expect that it's going to be a little bit of a hard shift. If anything at all, the ones that we're not expecting too much of a shift is going to be Vampire Esports as well as BTR. They find themselves in the quarter instead. It is ASI8. This is once again holding the focal point. You could also argue that DRS, they get a better run this time because of how they've been holding out from that west entry point of the upcoming circle.
I'm foreseeing the future right now. The future will be, we will play at this stage 9, and then everyone will be just like having their own corner in one building until one team decides to push. But we will go to stage 9 with this sort of urban circle.
You know, then there's a lot of time to burn, but Red Bull says, you know, we might not need to wait too long. I'm just going to try to clear as many players as I can. Already on the streak of 4 points, while the spot out the REINCE members just moving past them. A very, very tough area, as we've seen how many teams who have played inside of this kind of city grounds to even have probably like D-Saver that went on to that MVKE challenge. Yeah, it's just being held to a gunpoint right at this moment. REINCE Esports, they're just trying to see if they can bait some shots, and yes, they do. Top, quickly spotted out, leaves this buggy vulnerable, so he will have to go on foot from here on out. They lose Ruthless in the process, while we're looking at how many teams who are currently situated within these quadrants of the map. Everybody's on board, 20 minutes in. And I'm afraid that we're just getting to the point, like you said, stage 9, everybody got to make a run to the direct center.
Yeah, so for now, those who have secured their compound, they'll be fairly okay, unless the team choose to charge forward. And that was the case for D-Xavier, I believe, against Trap Aeromacy, where D-Xavier, one player knocked, and Venom is still holding his gun. The final player for Trap Aeromacy, waiting for the other members of D-Xavier to arrive, and here they are. But the moment he jumped down, they make good care of him. And Trap Aeromacy out number 12.
Moving into only 11 teams left in this stance. Mela now getting into the thick of the fight, where they've expected some form of retaliation coming in from the side of the Savior. Detonation on both ends, not really finding anything at all, while Lamborghini this time having a deeper run. But the Savior, I think they are not exactly in a very comfortable spot, as we are looking at another shift popping up. Still favoring the guys who are holding over onto the north point. So we got Boom, ASI8, RRQ, and DRS in some of the prime position.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what will happen between D-Xavier and Vampire Esports now. No circle on the south. Vampire Esports on the inner side or closest to the circle. And D-Xavier will need to take this fight. I doubt they'll be able to rotate towards the left or right. By now, you would have vehicles since it's an urban warfare, so they have to punch through Vampire Esports.
Yeah, even driving right now will be an absolute risk. Looking at the current standstill, though, Boom Esports, they're getting themselves into a really good position, despite us not really seeing them being too much involved. It is going to be Top that actually secures the kill over onto Top. Lambo instead goes in for the chase, finds Macara, so that's somebody to actually pin out the rest of FaZe Clan, who's gotten 5 points so far, sees with the movement. This is why they're punished, because they're on those vehicles.
Ah, passing by, and yes, because they have that vehicle, they can navigate around the corners, the corridors of Lost Learners, and they're safe for now. But can't say the same for Doc, though, receiving a lot of damage. So far, no Nokia into Doc, but not too sure what happened to Levi's. Probably pressured by another team. Oh, Vampire Esports, that is. This is a fight that we did mention earlier on, cannot be evaded. Now with Vampire Esports, they know that they have the man advantage. They are looking for the final player of D-Xavier.
That's right, and speaking of which, 5 points already for Vampire Esports on a dominating streak. Chris, it's going to be a little bit of a tough run over onto the centerfold, where I call this the fields, where you have pretty much some gardens in between. Chama now locking his eyes over onto every single corner. DRS, they're in a very powerful position where they don't really have to really shift their focus elsewhere than to actually just hold some of the members of Vampire Esports. Well, ASI8, I want to see them do more with this high ground. UZM on top, but I don't think that he's going to have those clean takes, because he will draw a lot of attention over onto the scaffoldings.
Well, UZM is not too far from the center, so likely that he will get the next stage circle, and that's where we might see him fully utilizing his high ground advantage, like what you said. Coming to stage 7 soon. 40 more seconds. Xavier only has Lamborghini now. But he managed to slide his way into the circle so he can hold on for the stage. But stage 7, it's going to be Lamborghini against Vampire Esports again.
Yeah, it really feels like it's inevitable. Looking at the current stats, Vampire Esports, they're just going to see if they could just cut over onto some of all these empty spaces. We're looking rather risky because they're approaching closer and closer towards the rest of DRS.
Here comes the zone. But we also have a player. Razak is actually tanking out the blue. Okay. I'm not sure he wants to continue to tank out this blue at this point. He is the final player for VOIN Donkey. He might keep himself up to the blue now. Anyway, the circle shifts over to ASI8 DRS on the northern side. And that is VOIN Donkey eliminated at number 11, 5 elimination points. Here comes Vampire Esports from dealing with Xavier. Now they have to deal with DRS or Claw in front.
Malo now hoping to prime a lucky nade, and Cheapeng is already being tagged up, so this could be a very open space that they're running towards it. That's where Mela gets punished. That was coming in from Huzaifa, coming from an alternate angle, so he will be quickly clipped. No chance for Malo to even salvage his teammate.
Here comes Malo. He's going to rush it on all alone right now, the final player for Vampire Esports. And he's getting to the building, but still not in the circle yet, so he has to win this fight quickly. Stage 7 zone is no joke for sure. While we look at ASI8, now they'll play the gatekeeping role against BTR, who's still in the game.
Yeah, BTR so far making very slow advancements, but so long as they are intact, they will definitely pull up some really big numbers by the end of it all. Well, it's gonna be tough. Pretty much pinch over on the corner walls. Barely enough room with those names also dropping right by. Here comes Pombit as he goes in for the jump shot. Lumba he gets knocked out instead. Pombit goes in for the trade. So it will.
Oh man. Okay, sliding into the circle. He managed to navigate around. Beautifully done. That's map knowledge for you.
Yeah, just quick maneuvers overall. That grenade did manage to land so perfectly so that he could actually get out of that situation. Vampire Esports with only one member remaining. UZM though, locking his sight over onto BTR. Now this middle ground with a lot of streets that's pretty much uncovered will be the awkward scenario where all these teams will have to get directly to the center.
In the center, we still have a good amount of teams there. But for BTR, they're going to face their biggest challenge right now against ASI8. You ask for UZM in action from his high ground, and he's going to do just that. With Casanova on the lower ground, talking up Federales. 2 left on the side of BTR, spraying into the smoke. It's going to be Casanova trying to land his shots with Astov K. Still going to be Federales down and eliminated by Casanova. BTR, 2 players left.
Just how proactive these members of ASI have been, and he's just tapping through the walls, fighting it out, shutting down the entirety of BTR. They only walk away 1 point, but ASI8, that's a total of 6, and even more to go.
And here is stage 8 coming into stage 9. As what we predicted, we will see stage 9 this time. So far, based on the minimap, it could be only like 1 player on the outside, perhaps. But it's so tight right now. We have to kind of zoom in at some point. So Delta. Okay, he's in the circle, so he's fine together with Chanma. Marlo from Vampire, aka Onzens. He's still on the outside, so he has to move forward. But he should be able to navigate around the buildings.
Yeah, speaking of which, we are looking at some sign of struggles for Blue Esports. 1 player being knocked out of the blue zone, and that's going to be Lumbang. Malo barely enough space, and that nade might actually find him. Oh, some chip damage has been done, and he's got to make his way across. So Onsens, he knows that this is going to be a desperate attempt, but does he still have those smokes? It allows him to pass, though. Chama misses mark.
Okay, second time around for Chama. Onsens sliding into the circle, thanks to this building. But stage 9, hello, stage 9. Well, we know this is about to happen since it's an urban warfare, but UZM still holding this high ground. And how far away is he from the circle? Not too far. Anyway, stage 9. Now it's time for them to wrap things up. Shama, grenade onto Onzens. Onzens eliminated at number 5. Number 6.
very, very clean take overall. Now 5 more teams available. Chama now finds 1 member hiding over top, and that's going to be UZM. Instead, it's Huzaifa that's been pinning down Gyate. Oh, this is going to be a big fight between the South Asians overall. High ground advantage for UZM, but he's barely got any room. At least he's somewhere close to the third center, so he can be staying put for a long time. Spots out Chama running out in the open, but he's getting pinned down! A beautiful shot from Chama, and there's no way that ASI can go in for the revive.
Oh, but now Huzaifa, we need to pick up Chama. Chama is still healing within the smoke. Spraying into the smoke, here comes the jump shot. Huzaifa will not lose this 1v1. He'll pick up that point out of the hands of DRS. Now DRS only has Delta left. He has Huzaifa in front of him. Delta lobs a nade across. Nade will not connect, but that will shoo away Huzaifa.
VOIN Esports now getting a little bit more battle leverage. They do actually notice his position and brings Huzaifa down to 1 HP. And that will be a nade from Huzaifa to deny himself in this fight.
Oh, that was quick thinking there to deny away the point because he knows that he does not have the space to play further. VOIN Esports, here we go. Palmbay will be knocked out by Delta. Delta 1v2 at this point.
Where exactly is the other member from the side of VOIN Esports? So it's going to be a 1v1 first and foremost. Lumbang now going for those shots, and this will be it. Trying to close, and Delta goes down. VOIN Esports, they celebrate victoriously in this battle for Los Leones.
The rise of teams from behind. VOIN Esports scores their chicken dinner inside a tight urban warfare of Los Leones. This is VOIN Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, to wrap things up for today with the final chicken dinner, I wonder how many elimination points do they have, because it is a very tight one. It depends on how many opportunities does he have across this game. Since it's an urban warfare, sometimes it's kind of tight, even though if you want to gain those elimination points, but you know, because it's urban, sometimes you don't get a good view of your opponent.
Yeah, I guess it's going to be sub 10 eliminations if that's to be the case, but I'm happy regardless because I finally got my prediction right this time around. 7 total points, just about good enough for VOIN Esports, snagging a total of 17 in this round itself.
Right, finally kicking off your prediction. Okay. Less pressure now. But for VOIN Esports, interesting enough, no damage from Yummy. I believe he got eliminated fairly early. So another case of like, with 3 players, you're still able to get the chicken dinner. And for VOIN Esports, it's not only about the chicken dinner, it's about the points, since they still need to claw their way in.
Get diverse supply sources, enjoy fast shipping and low MOQ. Come and download it.
Who knows? They might have already have a decent build up from this momentum that they've been able to gain throughout the final run. So surviving inside Los Leones has been rather difficult for a majority of the teams, but we are seeing some huge bounce back performance coming from ASI8 DRS at the very same time. So, you know, those predictions that we've put in are actually coming pretty close at the very least. FaZe Clan manages a top 4 finish, so that kind of sums up the big players on board.
Interesting that FaZe Clan only used like 3 smokes and 1 molly. Even though it's an urban warfare, normally when it comes to urban situations, you will see teams using more utilities because you want to flush out opponents. But I guess FaZe Clan, they were more on a defensive stance for the most part. That's why they didn't really need to deploy all those utilities. And they also had a full squad time of only 16 minutes as compared to VOIN Esports, ASI8, and DRS. So that also means that, well, lesser players to just deploy utilities. But it's okay. As long as they're in the top 4 teams to watch, that also means that it's converted to points.
True enough, and speaking of points right here, we see the comparison between Ponbit versus Nate T. A lot of clutch moments come from Nate T, especially when they were fighting up against not only Vampire Esports, but also victorious against Vikings Esports. So more damage to be dealt by Nate T, but he did manage to secure as many points as compared to Ponbit, who's been pivotal into ensuring the success for VOIN Esports in this round. So that said, we are looking at a very different MVP though, because Huzaifa, he's dealt a truckload of damage to whoever sets their foot inside of Los Leones.
Wow, okay, 1,123 damage. That's a lot for somebody who brings in 5 eliminations to his team. So he has been doing a lot of work for his team, damaging opponents, allowing his other teammates to also finish him off and bring in the points overall. At the end of the day, it's a team effort. So if your teammate is able to get the points in, that's fine. But besides Huzaifa, we also have Ponbit, whom we have not been able to see that much today, coming up here as our top performer with 5 eliminations. Delta, towards the end, he was the final player for DRS, 4 eliminations, and FaZe Clan and their latest signing, Red Bull, with 4 as well.
Yeah, great results overall, especially on such a difficult round to be played out. So still very convincing that they would be able to still make their time worth throughout the playoff stage. So 3 more days of action, 6 matches per day. You don't want to miss it, so make sure you guys hit that sub button as you get to see your favorite players perform once again. So as this match concludes, it's definitely VOIN Esports that secures the maximum points with that chicken dinner. But everybody have gotten themselves pretty much enrolled with a fight nonetheless, to see how long would this be able to stand off inside of this map where everybody's just hugging through walls inside of Lost Leo.
At least everyone got something right this round, so that's okay. But of course, if you talk about like teams like Dota, they need more points in with 3 more days to go for them to secure the top 16. So we're looking forward to their performance again tomorrow. But other than that, VOIN Esports, 70 points. I wonder if they manage to make it into page 2. Before we get on to that, not only VOIN Esports scoring the chicken dinner, but Mr. Johan himself gets the longest elimination distance. Might not be the most important stat, but it's always nice to have your picture up.
Yeah, it's definitely true. I mean, especially for Johan, who's been the later addition into the squad of VOIN Esports, so it's definitely good to at least be given a little bit more of that limelight while we are looking at plenty more trouble use moving into this round. Now, the overall MVP, I guess we have no other questions on what Sky has been capable of. 6,000 over damage throughout the past 3 days. On an average, he's just dealing with like, what, 2,000 per day. So that is a scary number to behold.
Yeah, no doubt, right? He scored his own MVP here today, and also he's very consistent throughout the entire day as well. So no surprises here that Sky is our current MVP. 32 eliminations is a whole lot there, with 6,051 damage output by him. But we also like to check out like who's coming in at second place in the road to MVP. And it is Razak from VOIN Donkey, followed by Onzens from Vampire, and then we have Jimmy OP from CelcomDigi Alliance, and then we have Badru, Rosemary, we don't know, and number 5.
Yeah, there's definitely interesting stats coming into the block so far, especially with Razak now moving up the charts onto number 2 alongside with Onsens, because these are the 2 names that we didn't really get to see too much of from the rest of the party. So moving into tomorrow's run, we'll keep our eyes onto these set individual, while Sky has constantly stopped all the players out there as he's just built diff with the amount of damage output. But when we take a look at the rest of the party, right, they're all hovering around that 4,000 damage output with 20 over kills. So looking at the current standpoint, despite CD Alliance not really having the best day out today, they're still having some good numbers being scored here by Dear Custom 99, aka Jimmy OP.
But what's glaring for me is that Sky is ahead by 9 eliminations as compared to his next contender, Jimmy OP. So that's a note there, ladies and gentlemen. And because of his good performance, together with the entire squad of HORAA Esports, they still hold on to that number 1 spot. 119 points, followed by VOIN Donkey 108. So towards the end, we still only have 2 teams that have broke the 100-point mark so far, followed by CelcomDigi Alliance with 94. They're very close. I'm pretty sure tomorrow we get to see CelcomDigi Alliance and also Vampire Esports break the 100-point mark.
Yeah, what's also interesting to note is that RQ is making their very steady climb, now moving into the top 6 already. So they haven't been the flashiest, as you can see that their average matches, they're just trying to pull 6 to 7 points on the good run. 1 or 2 is somewhere in between, so definitely they cannot be slept on with it. So that said, VOIN Esports, after securing the chicken dinner, they move all the way up into the second page. That's 8 positions that they propel towards. So great job coming in from such a powerful Indonesian team.
Wow. Probably coming in as a late boomer. Okay. Yep.
I get you.
I try. Yep, currently at number 1168 points, but the gap is not far. Look at that. eArena 64 points and they are at number 16. So I wonder how many points is at number 17 now. So just keep a note on that. 63 points.
1
He's
point
even
difference.
just 1 point behind.
Man, it would have actually sucked for whoever ends up to be on the 7th spot by the end of the playoffs, but still plenty of chances for DX to be able to climb up. 7-9 on the downward spiral. Unfortunately, ASI8 did manage to achieve a top 3 finish over here. So they are at least within that safe margin to be able to contest with the rest who are on page 2.
And for the rest, some movements here. Of course, 7-9, they dropped 1 spot to number 21 with 47 points. But objectively speaking, the point gap is still close enough for them to catch up. We still have 3 more days anyway. This is a fairly long playoff, you guys to think about it. So a lot of opportunity for these teams to climb back up to 16.
True enough, and of course, that is all of our matches concluded for this evening.